you. evening, welcome. Good to see ya. I am back after like 9 days. 9 freaking days. I think it said my last VOD was from. So hello. We're here in Luctane in Colonia. I was visiting an engineer. Chill Pack Rat, welcome. Good to see you. I do apologize. I'm getting on really late today. I've got kind of a chest thing. Apologize if I have to ever take a moment today during our voyage and mute the microphone. It's been too long and you're currently in debt and need a lot of credits. Oh gosh, are you talking about your fleet carrier? Is that what's in debt? I don't... Oh, okay. You just need credits. You need a lot of credits. What's a good way? What do you set up for? Are you set up for bounty hunting, or are you set up for... what do you already set up for that you wouldn't have to spend any more money on right now? Trucking, like, do you have a lot of cargo space? Do you have a good little bounty hunting ship? What have you been doing that you could capitalize on? That's what I'd look for. The only reason I asked if you had a fleet carrier was because fleet carriers actually do go into the negative if you run out of fleet carrier money. So, I'm currently at the brig. I was visiting an engineer. I'm going to head back to the carrier, and then I'm just going to get started with our expedition. I hope I've given folks who are riding along enough notice. I'm sorry if I didn't. So please, hopefully you're on board. I think about 3 or 4 days ago, I started posting on there when we were going to be departing, so on the Discord, so... Hopefully that's enough time. But Chill Pack Rat, so you need something... Okay, I see. Lost all your stuff in cargo missions because you weren't paying attention. Pirate killed you. You abandoned those missions because you couldn't get those things back. Now I'm in debt. I see. I see. Well, I would just start picking up some more missions. I mean, how badly in debt are you? I didn't realize we can actually go into debt. It's been so long, Pack Rat, since I've been in that position. I'm trying to remember. Like, how much debt are you talking about here? Is it something you could run some more missions and take care of? No, I'm gonna head back to the carrier right now and kind of get ourselves jumping back into the void. Yeah. You can also... I mean, how much cargo space do you have? You could also do some trucking.
Ship released. Make way for oncoming traffic.
If you go onto Inara, you can actually find some trucking routes that are profitable. Like, it'll calculate out a profitable trade route for you to do. It's inara.cz. Let me type it out for you. You can go on there and you can actually calculate out a route. No engineering. Well, you know, I mean,
You are now beyond the port perimeter. Have a safe trip, Commander.
you just gotta be careful about the pirates. That's your real threat, especially if you play a private group or play solo. I might recommend doing that until you can kind of get yourself out of the hole. Is do private or solo mode, and then I just start running some cargo missions. But the trick with the pirates, the NPC pirates, is to really beat that interdiction game. Like, don't let them drop you out of Super Cruise if you can help it, and then you're not going to be in the position of having to, you know, run or fight if you just beat their interdiction game. It's between another player that the interdiction game pretty much becomes impossible because they've got the advantage. But between you and an NPC, it should be relatively easy. Oh, that's what I would do if I was in your shoes. I would just kind of start trying to make it up. That really sucks that happened. I'm sorry. If I was in the bubble, I would set up I'd set my carrier up to buy some tritium, and you could truck tritium to my carrier, but it's way out in Colonia, so.
Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2,
1. So I need to watch the network performance here. Strangely enough, I seem to be having some dropped packets, or dropped frames, when I started the feed. So I'm gonna have to watch that, it looks like. Probably just CenturyLink at its finest. So we're gonna hop back in my beluga, my exploration beluga. Take that. Yeah. That's a tough position to be in. You've probably amassed a good amount of progress, haven't you, by now? If you were super brand new, I would say to wipe your commander and start fresh, but if you've already amassed any amount of progress, I wouldn't do that. I would just, you know, work your way out of it with the best missions that you can get.
Comms are open, Commander.
Yeah.
You need to land.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I've seen you around for a little while. Like, you've probably been playing for a good amount of time. Enough to amass some good progress. So I wouldn't go that route.
We look forward to welcoming you to our carrier.
Yeah. So when we come back from the core, I think what I'm gonna do is make sure I have all of my engineers bookmarked and whatnot before making the return trip back into the bubble. I've kind of been going through some of the engineers out here in Colonia and seeing which ones are the most valuable. Who's scanning me? My own carrier. Down. There we go. Still getting used to this Corvette. Flies a little bit differently.
Docking successful. Clamps engaged. Welcome to our carrier, Commander.
So the carrier route to the core is going to be a pretty much direct route. any sort of deviations for exploration is going to be done by ship. We'll clear that bounty off when we come back. Apparently, I've got a bounty at my own carrier. Interesting. Let's hop into the Expluga. So you have to clear the legal issues before you can sell it, huh? All right, Expluga, Expluga, Expluga. Where are you? There he is. Excuse me. So in case you're wondering, my chest cold is not COVID. I did take a COVID test today, just to make sure it's not COVID. I will survive. Everything will be okay. The carrier's fueled. Carrier is ready to get started. I got a route ready to go earlier today. He's downstairs. I tried to get him to come upstairs, but he doesn't seem to want to come up. Here's my foot. I tried to get him to come upstairs and hang out, but he doesn't seem to want to hang out with me right now. Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on here with my network connection. Got a few more dropped frames, not too terribly many. Let me try something real quick. Cat treats and drugs. Yep. Well, let me know if the stream seems to have any issues. I'm just gonna watch that, see if that number keeps climbing up. Hopefully we don't have to do any stream restarts today. That would kind of suck. Alrighty. I was gonna pull up my route, and we're gonna do our first. We're gonna get going. We're just gonna get going. I'm not using the route planner for this. We're just gonna be plotting and going, for exploration's sake. So looks like our first carrier jump is gonna be Eel Prue, or Eel Prowl. Go. Yeah, when I take a break, I'll see if I can get him to come up here for the cat cam, but yeah, he kind of does his own thing. We give him a lot of freedom, so. All right, carrier's ready. Check my ship maintenance. Ship integrity is an important thing. Found out today. Paintwork can stay at 51%. Modules are good. Docking is good. Scorpion and Scarab are good. Fighters are good. Limpets. Some limpets. And we are all fueled up. Make sure we've got Jamie on board. Jamie is on board. And we're gonna take off. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to plot to the carrier jump unless I'm veering off for exploration's sake. I don't know how well... I mean, this corridor may be pretty well traveled. I don't know. I don't know how many people make this journey. There's so many stars. So it's 8 normal jumps to get there. I'm going to get a little bit further out of civilization before I start really focusing in on surveying the star systems and the planets. So that's the goal. That is the goal.
Clamps released. And you're away.
Beluga away! Hello, Beluga. But he's an exploration ship. I always been so used to flying the Corvette, or I was. It was so much faster. Let's have this going through Magellan first. I suppose we'll have to do a little bit of
Take care out there, Commander.
inhabited space. This I see. Got a neutron jump. That's what it is.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Also, I do want to say I'm going to be a little bit quieter today, just to kind of preserve my voice for the duration of the stream. So I may not babble as much. Please don't freak out if I'm not sitting here babbling as much.
Frameshift drive charging.
So this system we should probably scan.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Although I imagine a lot of this stuff's discovered out this way, so close to Colonia. Probably for a good 500 light years, I think. Possibly. Oh. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see. Take a look. Pretty simple system.
System scan complete.
Nothing of note. Oh, that's not gonna work. Look at my overlay. That got all screwed up somehow. Let's fix that. Good grief. I don't know how that happened. Exploration, ED, scan, EL Pro. There it is. There it is. Sorry about that, you guys. My goodness. I got a big window over the screen. It's just a disaster. While I'm in here, let me look at my dropped frames. It hasn't climbed too much. The percentage is going down, so that means things look all right on my Twitch dashboard. I don't understand why OBS is saying I'm dropping so much. It says I've got an excellent stream. My bitrate looks perfect. I see a little bit of dipping, but it's still dipping in the green. I have no idea what OBS is talking about here. You're probably the only one watching right now. It's too early for me. I don't normally stream this hour. But I wanted to give us a good amount of time to get this hammered out, do some exploration.
Frameshift drive charging.
Carry on. Let's see.
4, 3, 2. Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Oh, that's kind of you, Packrat. Well, I've I've gathered a small collection of folks that like to watch from pretty much the later hours of the evening. It's a very early time for me. I don't normally stream before any time before 9 o'clock my time usually, and so it's just a matter of organically finding me in the channel list. So
Frameshift drive charging.
I imagine it'll maybe pick up a little bit later on, but I'm not too worried about it. This expedition is happening. It's happening.
4, 3, 2.
So hopefully the folks that came along with us are on board the carrier, because it's off, it's going. Hopefully they saw my multiple messages in Discord that this was the day we were doing shit. And I'm even 4 hours late from when I said I was gonna be doing this, so. Space Core. You know what I like about neutron stars is that you can be super close to them and still do the FSS, you know, and get stuck behind a giant star. Oh, I like that gas giant. Kind of a different looking one than we're used to. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, good question. I really like the, what is it called? The one with the round head. I forget which one that is. The exploration variant that they said it was, the Nautilus. I have the Nautilus, but I like the Drake too, the original Drake. And there was, and I believe still exists, a little glitchy thing in the fleet carrier livery screen where if you switch it away from the Drake, there's no option to put it back to the Drake. Like, there's no default button to put it back to the Drake. Maybe they fixed that. Maybe they fixed that, but I don't think so. It looked that way pretty recently. I wanted to put the Nautilus on. And I was like, well, there's no default button for me to go back to the Drake when I'm done. And I saw other people had been having troubles with that a long time ago, and I don't think it's something they ever fixed. So I'm afraid to switch away from my Drake because I may never be able to get it back. And maybe that's intended. Maybe they figure once you reconfigure your fleet carrier from the Drake version, that's gone. It's over. But I like the Drake. It's pretty sharp looking. Clover, hello. Good to see you. 07 to ya. How are you? What is new? Well, we're just back at it. We've just left Colonia literally minutes ago. And the carrier's gone on its first jump, I believe. And we're jumping ourselves. And I'm just doing a little scanning before I do this neutron jump. Pack Rat's hoping to get the chat going too. I was gone for work. It's gone for work. 6 days I was gone, and then I took one night off when I got home. I did have a bonus night at home, but that was in between. So I didn't stream. And then I had a night off, and here we are. And I've got a chest cold too, so I was trying to recuperate earlier, most of today. But since it's just us chickens, RGB Resist, welcome in, thank you for the follow. I will share a little secret with you guys if you don't tell anybody else. But I am actually believe it or not, I'm a hippie looking dude, but I'm a flight attendant. And I'm actually based in Los Angeles. I live in Phoenix, so I have to transport myself to Los Angeles, go to work, and I often just stay there in between trips sometimes. So any sort of long stretch that I am gone is because I have not come home in between.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
RGB, how are you? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. we're on expedition tonight. We are leaving Colonia, and we're heading into the core. You know, I kind of want to take a look at this system. I know you have it on your screen, but I want to... Oops, I want to take a look at it on the game screen here. Just see what's going on. What is this? This is what I was wondering about. Oh, it's a high metal content. This black looking planet here. Weird.
Incoming message.
I do travel plenty. I absolutely do. So I think the carriers jumped. Very good.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, for the most part, I have a chest cold. I took a COVID test today because we got some home COVID tests, and it's not COVID. I just have chest thing going on. It's really uncomfortable. But for the most, I mean, I do stay safe and healthy for the most part, though, usually. Look at this big ass star. Good scooping star. I don't think I'm gonna stop to scoop just yet. We're gonna carry on.
Disengaged.
Except for what we get passively. Not ready. Not ready to stop and scoop. Oh, you did? Why do you think, I'll take a look at it. That's excellent, Clover. Do you want to look at it now? Do you want to debut it? I don't want to put you on the spot. I'll look at it later if you prefer. Let's take a moment. Excuse me. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully we're okay here. I just got a OBS yelling at me about something. All right, desktop mode activated. All right, bring this up here. YouTube. You guys get to see my YouTube homepage. Grab the link here. All right, OBS, you be quiet. You're working just fine. All right, here's Clover's video. See if we can hear this. Or do you have a... All right. There we go. So this is Clover's AX video. I won't talk over it. The repair phase, of course. I think this is pretty much the method you taught me, wasn't it? Yeah. I really kind of prefer this method. Thank you, Nacho. I think I need to fix that real quick. This is really good, Clover. Oh, the Crate Mark II? You know, I don't have a Crate Mark II, so... Are you talking... Is this the Crate Mark II on the screen here? There's a few... I don't know. I mean, maybe they just haven't done a pass on it. You know, an update on it. Yeah. Not rushing it was really helpful to me. Just take your time. You know, and once I got my ship speed up, fully engineered thrusters, that really helped. Because I could give myself that separation, especially with the Cyclops. I've noticed you start scaling up and it's harder to keep ahead of them, but... Mm-hmm. It's making me miss Goids. Makes me look forward to getting back to the bubble for Goids. Lightning. Nice. While being lightninged. Hold on, we'll pause it for a second for the ad to finish, guys. I'm sorry, I'm pausing it. Pausing it. I wasn't paying attention. My apologies. We're gonna pause it real quick for our friends without ad-free viewing. Take it back a few seconds. So this is, if you're just joining us, or you're curious about what's going on, this is Clover's new video. Tutorial about a Cyclops. It's about taking down a Cyclops. It's the method. I think it should be it should be finished for most everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Excellent. So this is Clover's video. This is pretty much the method that he taught me. Yeah, that's something I've learned is keep an eye on your modules. Keep them healthy. Very nice. I would kind of like to make one of these crates, you know. I started with the Chieftain build. But I wouldn't mind having one of these. They're pretty sexy little ships. I know that boost sound. It's just, it's trademark. Trademark of Goid hunting. Cursor off the screen. RGB, yeah, I only recently got into it myself, and that was after years of playing Elite. I didn't touch anti-xeno combat. Well, I heard him somewhere. I heard cat noises from somewhere, but he's not in his bed just yet. See if I can summon the void cat. Very nice. You know, that's something I need to switch to, is a turreted vent laser instead of a gimbaled vent laser, so I can have a little bit of automation. That would be great. I would love to watch that, because I really want to start tackling basilisks more. I've dabbled a little bit, but they're harder, much harder. There's quite a gap between Cyclopses and basilisks, isn't there? Yeah, very much wider range of effectiveness. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good job. That's a good video. Very good video, Clover. Absolutely. I don't know why you say it's edited poorly. It's a great tutorial video. It's a full run. You're not that's a good style of video for teaching. Your goal is to teach. That's a really good method. Let me show you on my galaxy map here what the bubble is. The bubble is it's easier if you do allegiance. I do allegiance mode for a lot of stuff and then have all of the systems checked here. But the bubble is this area of occupied space near or in around Sol. Right here is the bubble. Let's see where my little cluster of bookmarks is here. This is essentially the bubble. These areas out here are kind of bubble adjacent. They're really not hard to get to. But this is the bubble right here. And if you look on your own galaxy map and kind of zoom in, like let's center in on Sol, where we are right now, this very minute. You see how I go out and the occupied systems kind of fades away. That's the bubble. And that's how you can pretty much tell whether you're in the bubble or not. Oh, Clover, have an excellent. Power, oh yeah, that's another good one. Where is it? Power play mode, right? Power play mode. This is a really good way to show different bubbles. How do I show them all? Here we go. This is another good way to view the bubble, as it pertains to power play mostly, but it's a good way to visualize it. But yeah, it's pretty much just this area here. It's actually very small. All things considered, it's a very small section of the galaxy. Here's where we are right now. The bubble. So, when somebody says the bubble, that's what they're referring to. Now, did I already scan this? I did. Oh, have you been exploring? I've got this itch on my foot. It's driving me insane, you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
I love the star density out this direction. Well, you know what? As long as you've got your fuel scoop and you're recently up to date on your maintenance, you should be good. And when I say your maintenance, I'm particularly talking about that hull integrity option that's separate from your hull when you go to repair your ship. If that gets down to 0, and it takes a lot of time to get it there, then you have some problems. And I think I was watching Top Flight earlier today, and I think he maybe ran into that issue where his hull integrity his hull was fine at like 50%, but his hull integrity bottomed out, I think, and he just randomly blew up after boosting. He boosted and just kind of randomly blew up because it's something that kind of degrades over time with travel, with jumping, with boosting. It's basically the screws and the rivets of your ship. So keep that up before you go out and make sure you have a fuel scoop. It's hard to see unless you're in a maintenance station. I don't think there's actually a place to see it. If we catch up to the carrier, I'll show you when we go into maintenance. It's basically like tightening up screws, tightening up bolts. It's basically kind of like all the components of your ship, like being held together. So it's separate from hull strength. Hull strength is just the condition of the hull, if that makes sense. It's like when they do a C-check on an airplane, they pull it in and they kind of break it down and look at, all the nuts, bolts, like everything holding it together, even though it's intact. Like they want to see, like, how's the integrity of this airplane? Same thing with hull integrity. We're going to Sagittarius A right now. Maybe Beagle Point, who knows? This is kind of the meat of this expedition, is getting to this place where I have never been, this core of the galaxy to explore. If you haven't been doing a whole lot, you're probably fine for a little while, RGB. If you've just been exploring and haven't been destroying your ship, so to speak. And Mad King Haster coming in with the raid, bringing his folks in for the expedition. Guys, welcome in.
What is this B? This symbol.
Good to see you all.
Like the cut symbol when you're directing a movie or something.
Excuse me. Backrat's been wanting some more people to come in. He wants to get the chat kicked off. Nerdy Viking, welcome. Mad King, welcome. Thank you so much for raiding in with your peeps. An ancient clip. The Clipperbot has been pulling out really old clips lately, even though I have recent set to true. I don't understand why it's doing that. Merciless Idra, welcome in. Well, you know what? I think that's kind of fun, I know a lot of people probably don't like that, so I do normally turn, I like it set to recent. But guys, welcome in. I'm Orbital Jeffo. I'm a big space nerd, and I play a lot of Elite Dangerous, and so it's mostly what I feature on my channel, although I do from time to time play other stuff. Yeah, welcome in. So, Haster, the link for the OnlyFans, you gotta subscribe to get my OnlyFans link. Haster, how is the Elder Scrolls? Is that what you were doing today? How are things going in there?
Orbital flight engaged.
I need to do an FSS, don't I? We've got a couple planets here waiting for me. And folks, if you're just popping in, I do apologize in advance. I have a chest cold going on, not COVID. So if I get quiet, or I mute the mic, or I cough, I apologize in advance. This is welcome to my flying saucer. It's very spacious, a little more spacious than it may appear. It's kind of got the Mary Poppins thing going on down below. You know, a real bachelor pad thing going on down there.
System scan complete.
Sponsored by Chill Pack Rat. Does it tell the chat when somebody redeems something? It just tells me, doesn't it? I never realized that nobody else probably knows when somebody else redeems something, huh? Oh no, it does. It should tell you, right? Well, that's it? That's all we got? What do we got here? What do we got here? Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Let's just make sure I wasn't paying attention to the features. You don't want to miss these, folks, when you're out exploring. This is how you find secret bases and stuff like that. Hidden gems. Thargoid sites. Guardian sites. They're gonna show up here. So don't forget to be paying attention to that when you're flying through the FSS, you know? Hold on a second. Ah, exploration layer turned off.
Frameshift drive charging.
You have a whole channel dedicated to UFO stuff. That's cool.
4, 3, 2.
UAPs. What is that? Unidentified aerial phenomena? Is that what that stands for? I mean, I suppose that's a little more professional sounding than unidentified flying object.
Fuel scooping.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I've heard that term before, so... I think we've reached the carrier. Oh, we have. I didn't even realize it. We might as well stop off, and I'll show you the full integrity section that I was talking about a couple minutes ago. And then we need to keep the carrier jumping because we probably have a couple commanders on board.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
I mean, pretty much anything could be a UFO, you know? All right, Nacho, you're extra chatty tonight. I may have to turn you down. Oh, that's shouting you out. That's shouting Styles out. Oh, hello, Styles. Welcome in. I'm like, Nacho, you're talking an awful lot tonight. But that's my new shouter outer. I never want to miss a shout out from my stream buddies. But Styles, how are you? I haven't seen you in what feels like forever.
Stay below the speed limit and we'll get on just fine.
Proceeding. Yes, so, oh, RGB, you said you suck at the DSS? You talking about the shooting the probes at the surface? Yeah. You'll get a pattern down that kind of works. When I scan a planet, I'll show you what I do, but you just kind of have to get your own pattern down, really. We've all been keeping busy, it seems. Too busy. We need more chill Twitch time, don't we? Anyway, I'm home the whole week. You guys are gonna be sick of me by the end of it. You guys are gonna be... You're gonna be donating to me to not stream. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I missed everybody. I missed everybody. This is
Please double check your landing gear.
Yes, thank you.
Landing gear deployed.
There will be more, absolutely, Styles. We're gonna have all sorts of expeditions in the future.
Welcome to our carrier, Commander.
Excuse me. We are going to discover Raxla in the future. Let me show you guys what I was talking about with the hull integrity. I think this is what happened at Top Flight earlier. Ship integrity right here. This is separate from your hull. Right here, this bad boy, this degrades with use. And like I was saying, this is kind of like the nuts, the bolts, the rivets. This is everything kind of holding your ship together. You know, you might have a fully intact cockpit, a fully intact hull. Everything might be fully intact, but is it being held together? Is it sound? And if this bottoms out, you'll blow up. I think that's what happened to Top Flight earlier today. So when you go out on an expedition and you're not going to be able to dock anywhere for a little while, make sure this guy is topped up. I just naturally do it because it does get kind of expensive the lower it goes. But I've just naturally just hit all these except paintwork. The Thargoid mothership this week. Breaking into FDev and stealing the secure flash drive. It's gonna be like a scene from Mission Impossible, like dangling, vaulting in from the ceiling, lasers, hacking codes. You know they've got that shit under lock and key if it's even saved anywhere. They don't want anybody sneaking into the office and stealing that. All right, next up on our carrier jumping is Aok Pruwe. And then we're gonna really start the scanning. Shoot. No, 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 no. Wrong. Stop. How can you jump to yourself? To your own system? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, so Aok Pruwe. Select it. There we go. Set destination. Failed. Maybe I did it too fast. Yeah. Pruwe. Not a valid carrier destination. Interesting. We definitely are checking that system out. I mean, the range is good. There shouldn't be any problem there. There could be something going on where it would be unsafe to dock the carrier or orbit the carrier around that star. Really interesting, though, that it's doing that. Alright, so maybe we can do this one? No? I'm gonna try one more time. Maybe it's just too soon since I canceled, Okay, there we go. It was too soon. Mid-April, yes, indeed, mid-April. We knew you'd be the only to find it. Absolutely. It's me. You did it. But do you remember, do you remember when Half-Life got hacked? I think Half-Life 2 got hacked. And, like, it was a big deal. Like, the feds were involved and shit like that. That was a long time ago, man. That was a long time ago. Alright, we're good. We're good to go. Let's set our own route. So I think what I'm gonna do about here, if you can see that line, I'm gonna switch to the economical mode and really do some scanning, I think. God, what the density is crazy. So many stars. All right, here we go.
Clamps released. Ship has liftoff.
Varaxla, man. You know, I kind of wonder if Raxla isn't exactly what we joke that it is.
You are now clear of the area. See you soon.
Oh, what was the thing, Master?
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, yeah, crap. It was Half-Life 2, I believe. Literally, it got frickin' leaked. And, it was a big frickin' deal. It got leaked before release. And, you know, remember back then, you know, I mean, that was... I mean, imagine, like, a big sequel coming out. Getting leaked, like, weeks before release. Unbelievable.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Everything leading up to Odyssey was leaked for Frontier, and they didn't bat an eye. Yeah, but this, the Half-Life one, was the actual game. the actual game got freaking hacked out of Valve or something, because that was like 2003, I think. Like, the internet was a thing. Like, the internet was around. And man, it was a big deal. But you know, Valve played it really cool. Like, they could have taken it out on the game. They could have delayed the game. They could have tried to change the game. Like, they didn't. They just kind of played it cool and went along, finished the game, and released it. And then look at how big Half-Life 2 was. The whole freaking game. The whole freaking game. At least its version that they had at that time. I mean, it was still finishing up development. Yeah. Like, the feds were involved and everything. Like, it was crazy. But I can't help but wonder if Raxxla isn't really kind of what we joked that it might be. Like, the journey, the player experience, the community experience, like, just the you know, the path, the experience. It makes me wonder if it really isn't sort of a silly metaphor or something. I want to find some fun stuff to land and look at. Like, where's the biologicals? Oh, look how perfectly that's behind the star. It's like smack center behind the star. I'm gonna have to move. Oh yeah, I don't buy for a moment that they've got comets programmed into the game. Maybe there's code for it, like, commented out in the Stellar Forge. You know, when it's calculating what's in each system and based on the mass and the, you know, everything it takes into account. Maybe it factors in comets, but I don't think there's anything beyond that. They would frickin' render them. They would make them a thing. If they were in the game, like really in the game. Oh my gosh, really? That would be really cool. Be on a freaking comet base. Did they have any idea what they're missing out on? Like, I would make my home freaking biologicals. I would make my home system freaking a comet base in a heartbeat. Alright, we're gonna go check this planet out. It's an ammonia atmosphere. There's some biologicals. We're gonna check it out. We're gonna see what's up. Death Star, absolutely. Interesting. Very interesting. That would be so cool. See freaking comets with a tail, like orbiting, moving. Like interstellar objects would be really cool too. That you can track and locate. Kind of like in Kerbal Space Program, like you can track asteroids and locate them and all that. Even name them. But interstellar objects, that would be cool. Oh, that's awesome, Packrat. What are you guys gonna do? Been waiting for comet visuals to be added since release, and I really hope that they're not too far away. Though I'm obviously not holding my breath, for the vast majority of this won't be a priority at all. Six bases orbiting a comet in the Perico system. I don't understand why they wouldn't have rolled that out with Odyssey. That's a miss. That's a huge miss, in my opinion. Flying space cabbages. Deadly cabbages, maybe. They're ammonia-based life forms, so, you know. We're water-based, we drink water. They're ammonia-based. They thrive on ammonia. They're gonna be very different than we are. Oh, I shot too many. Oh well. Oh well.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan.
Ooh, I still got the bonus. Bacterium, Cactoida, Concha, Goida, awesome. We got everything. So. Concha, Cactoida share zones. Fungoida is everywhere. Osseous is around. Let's go to the little blue one right there. That's where we're going. Space star fruit. It's meat. It's meaty. Yeah. There's a lot of misses.
Orbital flight engaged.
And it makes me wonder if that's sort of an issue, that there's a disconnect between the original, I don't know, lore and who's in charge of the game now. I don't know. It's kind of baffling that they would intentionally miss out on some of this stuff. I love how the scattering effect changes the light. How it looks red inside the atmosphere. It's freaking cool. Yeah, that was good news the other day that he said there's no. And his little addition that he added on, that the shares that he and his wife has would prevent a sort of takeover situation. So that's really good news. Because honestly, I'm not sure I'd be super confident in another company taking over and treating the Elite Dangerous franchise with any sort of respect. I like it too. I think it's nice. It's nice. It was, but I did find it somewhat reassuring.
Incoming message. Landing gear deployed.
Vagabond Soul. 35%. I didn't know the correct number. All right, maybe I'm a little big for this little section. Maybe I'll go land up here. I am in a gigantic ship. You know, in reality, it probably wouldn't be practical to bring this ship down to the surface. You'd probably bring a shuttlecraft or something, but we don't have any of those. Oh, good. Lots of things to look at. Pick the Scarab. It kind of makes me wonder, Pastor, if there was something was up, if another company was eyeballing them or something, or there had been talks or something or something. You know what I'm saying? Because that is a little bit of an odd tidbit to throw in there. Well, I think console news would definitely be something that would boost them. But I mean, I don't think they're to that point just yet. They're where they're ready to do that. Wow, really? What are these things? I don't think I've ever seen these things before. Oh my gosh. Space sphincters. Look at that. I've never seen these before. Alien tulips. Absolutely right. Holy cow, they're weird. It's like something that would bite your head off. These don't look very friendly. Oh, there you go. 1150. Well, I just... Oh, so this is Cactoida papyridus. So, it's some sort of cactoid-like structure. Probably gonna have to take a little drive to find some more. Maybe over there. Yes! Face huggers! What the heck? Let me get one of these with the composition again so I can have a shortcut link to the codex. There we go. Alright, so basically cactuses, or cacti, some Cactoida species feature explosive seed distribution. Cactoida papyridus is a cactoid species appearing as a swollen five-sided growth reaching over 2 meters high and topped with an intersected crown. I guess that swollen butt-looking thing is its intersected crown. Like that face eater thing. I wonder if it opens up. Maybe it's just... Maybe it doesn't open up. It kind of reminds me of like an artichoke. Like a sort of weird artichoke. It doesn't say anything else about it, so... Maybe that's the exploding seed portion of it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it just goes poof and spits all the seeds everywhere. Well, we didn't go far enough, did we? Oh, here we go. Well, this is cool. I found something new, finally. There we go. All right, one more. Yeah, weird stuff come from ammonia atmospheres, don't they? Scan that guy next. There's something over there. Oh, that's something else I haven't seen before. Oh, no, that's the other thing. Well, let me tell you a little bit of a story. Once upon a time, I worked for a grocery chain called Albertsons, which was privately owned by the main Albertsons Incorporated company. And it was around Christmas time. They came out, and there had been talks of mergers, there had been talks of buyouts, and it was about Christmas time. The CEO put out a nice letter and said, we've decided to remain an independent corporation. We feel like this is the best course for our company and our employees, yada yada. You know, the whole, you know, blah blah that you would expect to read. Not barely made it past New Year's, and boom, bought out by a hedge fund capital management company, and that was it. It was over. They closed stores. You know, a capital management company like that buys up businesses, turn them around and sell them off for a profit, or just to make money off of them. So they closed a bunch of stores, laid off a bunch of people. Albertsons was forever changed. So yeah, them coming out and saying, I mean, it was nice to hear from Braben, and I liked his little anecdote tidbit about his own shares. Like, I own a good portion of this. I liked hearing that, but honestly, them saying anything, or him saying anything, doesn't make me think that there's any less chance of it happening. I think it could happen tomorrow. We could find out that they're being acquired by, you know, God forbid, you know. You know, I forgot to scan this with the composition scanner. This is totally new to me. This is, let's get the, I'm gonna read the codex for this. Absolutely. And you know, Frontier has a bad track record with words. So I don't really care what he or they say. It was nice to, you don't hear from Lord Braben very much these days, so I enjoyed that, but it's a hairy meatball with a big stick. So concha are highly specialized complex extremophiles that have developed protective and sturdy motile shell structures. These open and close based on the suitability of the current environmental conditions. The shells are an organic structure with an excreted, inorganic, insulated, and sometimes reflective casing that help the organism maintain homeostasis. The internal organisms, which are remarkably tough in their own right, are only exposed for metabolic and reproductive purposes. These concha are found on worlds with nitrogen-based atmospheres. Wait, no. Not. The rounded rock-like structure splits apart to extend long stalks topped with loops. This is an ammonia-based atmosphere. But do you really think, see, here's the thing, like, I'm not sure another company would come in and show any level of respect to Elite Dangerous. I feel, especially with the recent track record that they've had with it, they may just want to cut their losses and focus on their other games. I feel like Elite Dangerous exists because it was originated as kind of a passion project. And I feel like another company may come in and look at that, and look at how they treated their own product, and look at the reputation that Odyssey earned for itself, and the outrage that happened, and the review bombing that happened, and just kind of cut their losses, cut it loose. So I really don't want to see anybody come in and take over, to be honest. I mean, I'm not excusing the way Frontier has treated their own project, but I don't think anybody else is any likelier to keep it alive than Frontier. That's just my thoughts on it. I mean, the lack of truly sandbox space games, I mean, there's a market for it. And I would hope a company would see that and ignore the baggage. But I don't know. I don't know. I need some more of these meatballs on sticks. Where are the meatballs? Are these meatballs on sticks? The baby face suckers. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. If somebody came in and bought just Elite Dangerous, I'd have a lot more enthusiasm about the whole situation. Oh, meatballs on sticks. Found them. Down the hole there. I'm gonna get out here. I've had enough of that. There we go. Yeah, hairy meatballs with sticks coming out of them. Actually, they look kind of cool. If I could 3D print one of these, I'd have it as like a table decoration. I really like these things. Check it out. All right. I hear ya. I hear ya. I really don't feel like we were bashing either. You know, I mean, we were kind of speaking truth, but I don't think our conversation was bashing. I think it was kind of a real moment of, you know, what if this happens sort of thing. I've spent some time in other channels. People don't typically do it in mine, but the FDev bashing there, that's true FDev bashing. I don't think that's what we were doing. If I was at a better place financially, I would be looking to buy a little bit of stock too. Definitely under 1,000. I don't hate FDev. Let me put that on the record, clearly. You did. A cool one? What kind of planet is it? 3 of them. Oh, absolutely. You need to be able to appreciate the good things and appreciate the negative things as well. And to say, hey, that's not being handled correctly. That's healthy. Whether it's a company, whether it's another person, a coworker, a friend, you know, a president, a politician, anybody, you need to be able to see, see what's up, see what's truly happening. There we go. I think my ship took off. Oh, an ammonia world with rings. Is it landable? Are you in Odyssey or are you in... Oh, no, you're in Horizon. Are you in Horizons? So you're talking about the ones that are further up on the scale, near Earth lights and all that. Yeah. That's a good find. You don't find a lot of those. Whoa, I don't think I want to go back down the cliff. Maybe. No, I'm gonna stay up here. We already scanned the stuff that's down there, I think. I should probably get back in the ship. Although I'm tempted to go down there. Let's go. YOLO. Woo! The meatballs. That's what I thought.
Ship recalled.
Ship recall. I need to get a beverage here in a second. Need a tasty beverage. I'm not sure where my ship's gonna land either. It may land up top. I may have to climb my way back up there in the SRV. Yeah, it's gonna land back up there. All right. Well, we got a monumental task ahead, trying to climb back up this canyon. I knew I shouldn't have done this. Ah! Look at my paint job. It looks terrific. Looks like a true explorer. They did a really good job on these wear and tear textures, didn't they? That looks really, really realistic. Oh shoot, I meant to Board, not disembark. You can still find, oh, that would be so awesome if we had damage models. RGB, you can still find biologicals. You just limited the landing on atmosphereless planets. So no, you can still find biologicals. You can find geologicals. You can find human settlements. You can find Thargoid bases, or Thargoid structures, I guess is the proper term. You can find Guardian ruins, Guardian structures. You can find, you know, POIs, crashed ships, crashed satellites, crashed nav beacons. Find all of that in Horizons. I'm going to take this opportunity really quick to get another beverage and take 5. I'm going to leave you with this. Which direction looks better? We'll leave you with this beautiful view of the vista. I'll be back. I'll see where Bullet Cat is as well. See if I can get him up here. Hang out with us for a bit. All right. Hang tight. I'll see you in just a few. I return. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I thought I had my voice all cleared up. I did not. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm ready. Ready to move along. We found a few cool discoveries. Biologicals here on this planet. There's Bullet. Say hello to Bullet Cat. You need to go get in your bed so the people can see you.
Landing gear retracted.
Thank you kindly. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go get in your bed. You know I love having you here, but you're kind of blocking me there, Bullet Cat. Blocking my POTAS arm.
Frameshift drive charging.
He's like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. It's like, I'm gonna lay right here as close to you as I can on the desk.
4, 3, 2.
People can't really see you when you're over here. You get your bed? You get in your bed? Oh my goodness, look at this. Holy mackerel.
Fuel scooping.
Tight little binary system.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Oh my
System
goodness.
scan complete.
Very, very interesting. Well, Bullet's his first name, Cat is his surname. And that's just always been his name. I didn't name him. But he's been with us for 2012. We get together. I think he's been with us for 12 years. A lot of stars. Can I get in your bed? Can I get in your bed? Let me put him in his bed. You look sleepy. Come here. Sleepy. You look sleepy. You gonna lay in your bed? You're kind of blocking my arm. There you go. He's got beds all over the house. I need to recalculate my route with economical turned on. I forgot to do that. There we go. There we go. Oh, shoot. Let me set my star filter up too. All right, enough of this song. Hey, Crack. 07, I'm back. Yeah, I was gone a long time. Right, There we go. We are surveying the region. I'm not doing a scientific voxel survey like Emulated Penguin does, which would probably be the proper way to survey any region, but we are doing an economical jump survey. It's going good, Crack. How are you? I was gone. And then I took a night off when I got back, and, you know, I got a chest cold.
Frameshift drive charging.
There we go. Well, come get in your bed. I think he's mad at me now because I put him down.
4, 3, 2.
Good. How's everything? How's work? Your project?
Fuel scooping.
Also, are you on board the carrier right now? My gosh, 47 bodies. 47 bodies to scan. Holy moly. Speaking of the carrier, we do need to set a jump. I get really sidetracked about these carrier jumps. Okay. Oh, you did? Oh, good. Good. So you are en route with us. Although we don't nearly have as much distance to travel this time. Just a lot more scanning and exploring, in my opinion. Trying to find cool stuff out here in the center. Let's see what we got out here. Yeah, I know I was gone so long, and I didn't post the plans until like what, 4 days ago. So I was like, well, I hope everybody got the word.
Target their cargo hold. Time to take out the garbage.
You know what I noticed? I realized just now that that's the sound alert that's not going through the sound alerts Twitch extension. So I was like, yeah, it's not ducked to the music. Like the other sound alerts turn the music down while they're playing so you can hear them clearly. Should probably figure out how to duck that one as well. Melter of snowflakes! Good to see you. How are ya? I did see, I think I saw you in chat the other day. I think we were watching the planet collision, weren't we? Yeah. Dropping my shit. Anyway, folks, welcome in. Those of you just joining us. Apologize. I do have a chest cold, so if I cough or I mute the mic or am a little bit quiet today, that is why. It's not COVID. You got it, Melt. We'll be here. This is a gigantic system. Your chat started typing backwards? Oh my gosh. I've had that sort of thing happen before. It's usually in like a text box or something that's glitched out. Any information on this one, FSS, or are you just gonna chill on it for a while? Really? No? Not gonna tell me anything about it? Ah. There it is. You know, it just occurred to me, it may be creating this system for the very first time. Why some of this information might be taking longer. Possible. If I'm the first person to visit this system, it would be generating it for the very first time. The Stellar Forge. Any information you have about this planet? I have a Logitech keyboard. Probably the same cheap one that you got. But it's been a trooper. It's still going strong. This one. This Logitech keyboard. I think I got it at Target. But I never wanted to spend a bunch of money on one of those really fancy keyboards, even though they're really nice looking. I never wanted to spring for one. Oh yeah, this one was surely quite cheap. Clover? Hope everything's going well over there. Thanks for the lurk. Lurk well. I like that. I want some, you know, hardy discoveries. I want some interesting finds. I want some juicy, something juicy to find.
System scan complete.
I was hoping we would find Raxla base, you know. Alas, no. We did not find Raxla. Look, it covers the entire stream screen. Incredible. Run a computer that was too far away for wired. Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Geologicals. You know what? I probably need to start replenishing my materials. I wonder if visiting a geological would be worth it right now. You know, and just kind of start replenishing bit by bit as we go. And then I don't have to worry about grinding all at once my materials. Let's go. I don't know which one's going to be better. Let's go. Ooh, these are high G. Taking the beluga down in 3.56 Gs. What do you think, you guys? Should we take the beluga down to 3.5 Gs, or should we stick at 2.12 Gs? I guess somebody did discover these. These are big boys. 4.6 Earth masses. That's incredible. 13 Earth masses. These are freaking super Earths. You're probably right. I guess I've watched other people biff too many times. I should have more confidence in myself. And we're gonna give it a shot. We're going down there. That's true, we should map it. Chonky. Chonky planets. This may be too hot to get out, too. We may not be able to get out of the ship. Embedded cellar. Oh, wow. Well, that's good. I remember when The Sims 3 was going to be coming out. I built a system. It's over there. It's pretty much worthless today, but I gave that to my partner. Doesn't really use it. Too old. It's running like Windows Vista or something like that. It should, well, I don't know. It's got okay thrusters. It's not top engineered thrusters, though.
surface scan complete.
Alright, there's stuff everywhere on this planet, basically. So, I'm gonna look again at it. I want to see... Yeah, it's really high temperature. We might be able to get out on the night side, but I don't think we'll be able to get out on the distress beacons. Lots of distress beacons. Too many people attempting to land on this planet, apparently. They are the top 1%. That is correct. We fly only the best at Maloka Corp. My God, this is such a huge planet.
Orbital flight engaged.
Well, I've got good shields, I know that, and my armor's pretty decent, so... Thrusters I don't think I went all the way with, because this was an exploration leisure vessel. I think I went halfway with the thrusters. We should be fine. I haven't had any issues in the past. And if I boop, I boop. It shouldn't kill me. God, this is such a gigantic planet. Holy mackerel. This is definitely what astronomers would call a super Earth. Notice the game has created little volcano-like structures in the terrain.
Incoming message.
That's intentional. Yeah, we're gonna be just fine. I noticed this about super hot, geologically active planets, is that there's often little volcano-looking structures. Yeah, they're not the little ones that you can get materials from. They're just bigger than that. Like, look, there's even a hole in the top of that one. Oh yeah, we're not gonna have any issue at all.
Landing gear deployed.
Tatooine? Probably.
High gravity warning.
Yeah. A lot of automation, I'm assuming. But you know what? My headcanon has always been like, I have other people on board, you know, somewhere. Somewhere. Not just my hired pilot, but somewhere else I've got other people maintaining the ship, etc. Like, there's just no way you're gonna take something out the size of a literal cruise ship all by yourself. Like, even in the future, I just don't believe it. I refuse to. Oh my goodness, we've even got skimmers. Holy cow, really?
Target destroyed. Under attack. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed.
That's a lot of skimmers for a crash site. That's true, I suppose. They're basically there to protect the crash site, I think. I think they deploy kind of like
You have
escape
entered the
pods.
trespass zone.
I'm not sure. Oh, high density composite? Hello.
Cargo scoop deployed.
A floating escape pod? Hello. Alright, back it up. You guys are pretty far out. You're lucky I came along. Not sure many people pass through this system. Plus, you're probably literally roasting alive inside these things, so let's get you up. We're having stir fry tonight on board the ship. I think you guys will like it.
Cargo scoop retracted. Trespass zone cleared.
It's kind of like my UFO, RGB. It's kind of the Mary Poppins effect. There's a lot more space than it looks. Well, I'd like to find some geological features. Perhaps you can lead the way, scanner thing. I get kind of hesitant to dismiss my ship on high G planets. The autopilot kind of scares me, landing itself, but I think it's going to do it anyway when I get far enough away, so. I put him in his bed and he hopped out and went over to his scratching post and looked at me like, how dare you? So it may be a little bit. All right, where are the geologicals? It said they were everywhere. Oh, you know what? Can I get out? Oh, I can't disembark on a 3.5 G world, apparently. Really? Yeah, there's something over here. I see little blips on my radar. Oh my gosh, look how fast I come back down. Boom. No, it won't let me out. I mean, like for a 150-pound person, that would make you like 550 pounds. That's pretty heavy. Or a 100 kilogram person would be, you know, 350 kilograms. That's pretty chunky. Well, there's definitely something over here, so. There we go. I know, I was a little disappointed too, but that would be pretty hard to stand up.
Cargo scoop.
Got some zinc. Anything else? I guess that's it for now. Completely sulfur. I don't know. I think sulfuric acid would be a concern on a planet that's so much sulfur. They're awfully spread out, aren't they? All the geologicals. SRV didn't like that. I was like, whoa man, don't do that. I wonder if there's more geologicals in the lumpy regions. Possible. Take a look at the lumpy region. I might be misjudging this distance. That may be a lot further away than I think it is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who said you've been out of control? Oh, ouch. Oh my gosh. Ouch. That was a boop. That was a boop for sure. They're gonna be way too sparse on this planet, I think. It's such a gigantic planet. It's relatively flat here. Let's call the ship. Oh, there's some over there. Actually, it looks like there's some all around me. Alright, we might be finding them. I take it back. Oh, shit. It's really hard to climb hills. Oh my gosh. Stop! Oh my goodness. That's one. Yeah, the lumpy regions have a lot more. I gotta stop running into rocks. Gotta remember this isn't like when you can glide over them like other planets. Nickel. Thanks, RGB, for lurking with me. I was gonna do this just as a super precautionary measure. Just fix that little oopsie up right now. Whoa. No. Come back. Whoa. It just means you're not gonna be active in the chat. You know, maybe you're just listening or you're working on something or whatnot. And the command doesn't really do anything except makes the bot acknowledge you and the streamer. It's just kind of a... I don't know why we put it in our bots. It doesn't do anything. It just says you're lurking. You could just as well type out, hey, I'm lurking for a bit. But it's appreciated because, yeah, exactly. It's appreciated because it helps the streamers' view numbers. So that's why people do it. If the streamer can remember too, like it kind of helps to keep a mental note of who told you they were going to be lurking, so you're not calling them out. You know, like, hey Melter, what is this, and this, or you know. Because if someone's like trying to work or do whatever and just watch and listen off to the side, like that can be kind of annoying. You're not always calling them back. Arsenic, good. That one's hard to find. Very hard to find. hopefully there's more of that. I wouldn't mind some more of that. Yeah. Well, I also, you know, I'm bad about saying I'm lurking or doing the command sometimes. Then I feel bad when I'm not responding. I get asked a question or something, somebody's channel, and I'm just not responding. Or I can't respond. But it's not a huge deal by any means at all. He definitely got gravity. Ah, come here. Thank you, Rock. I think I'm about ready to go. I'd like to see if I can find a little more arsenic. That would be cool. Definitely wouldn't mind finding a little bit more arsenic. Says there's some more stuff over here. Welcome back, RGB. Packrat really wants to see Bullet. Oh, nice. Good find. Did it come up for you? The cat cam? I give your points back, by the way, when there's no cat. I've had really bad luck with getting him in his bed lately. You know what's funny, too, is because I'll finish the stream, and he'll come lay right down in it. I don't understand it. Like, he does it just to spite me. There's lots of stuff over here, but it's hard to get up there to get those. With the SRV, with being such high G. I wonder if I could ride that up. It kind of looks like a switchback. Like a road. Yeah, he is really shy. Like, if you were to come over, he probably wouldn't come down for hours. He's really shy. Yeah, it takes him some time to warm up to people when they come over. you know, if I decide to retire or, you know, cancel the cat cam, I'm probably gonna make a control cam. Or you can bring up, like, the controls, like, this view. Like, I used to be a big flight simmer, and streamers would do that. Where you could see their using the controls. I don't know if I can get up that hill. Oh. Get up there. There we go. Get, oh, come on. Definitely need to go diagonal ways. There we go. Arsenic! Arsenic! It's arsenic! Got it. Actually, I should probably go downhill from that, huh? Ah, connect! Right behind me. There you go. Oh my goodness. Alright, one more arsenic. Pick up, and I'm gonna call the ship. Get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it. Ah, down there. So notice the temperature, the SRV temperature is going up the closer I get to this. Like it's all the way up at 60%, 65, 67, 70%.
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
No heat sinks on your SRV. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get this one without taking damage. Oh, and it's kind of melted into the terrain there. Got it. Alrighty. It's time to call the ship.
Cargo scoop retracted. Ship recalled.
Hopefully this goes without a hitch. Ship. There it is. Really? Actually, this is a good spot for you. Come in right here. My pilot flying, so maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. Careful, careful. There we go. Very nice. Well, that worked out. Yeah. I mean, my approaches are pretty crazy in No Man's Sky as well. All right, time to carry on. Got a few materials, but I figure, you know, every now and then gather a few materials here and there. Be a much better way than trying to grind them all at once, you know. You know, I do too. I started out when I started. What was that sound? Did you hear that? I thought I heard a sound. Like an explosion or something. Oh my gosh. You can do it. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Oh my god. Come on. What's wrong with you? Up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Top light. Alright. Apparently my thrusters will not take me up, so we're just gonna have to do this.
Cannot comply.
Spontaneously explode.
Landing gear retracted.
We're gonna have to YOLO this. Hello, hello, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I'm trying to undistract myself here. There we go. All right. Let's get the heck out of here. IG Planet. That's what that was. But welcome in, guys. Top Flight, how is the rest of your stream? I was lurking, yeah. Which means I guess I'm lurking myself now.
Temperature critical.
All right, well, we made it. So apparently my thrusters could not lift me back up. So, keep that in mind. Beluga captains. Guys, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Orbital Jeffo. Thank you for resubscribing, Top Flight. Stay in a barrel roll. Not the greatest. What happened? What did I miss? But anyway, guys, I'm Orbital Jeffo. I'm a big space nerd. And I stream a lot of Elite Dangerous, and once in a while we play other things here. I see. Eventually. Yeah, I wasn't willing to wait. Oh, some drama? I'm sorry. Was it, well, I'm curious as all heck now, but, it's all good. Going okay. I'm on the expedition. So I'm checking things out. Looking for interesting finds. It's not as scientific as EP's voxel surveys, but, you know, we get the job done. Well, I figured I was able to pitch myself up, so I just put the landing gear up and boosted, you know. Yeah, I mean, those are super interesting, especially if you want to find stuff. Like, if your goal is make a huge discovery, that's the way to do it. I just want to see cool shit and find cool stuff.
System scan complete.
I don't need my name necessarily on all the discoveries, you know, but maybe someday I'll feel differently. I'll start doing voxel surveys. All right, we can put the music back on. I thought I heard something back on that planet. I have no idea what that was, but it was like an explosion from somewhere. Hmm.
Frameshift drive charging.
Put an extra fuel tank on. Well, I have an extra fuel tank on my Orca, my Explorca, and somebody was telling me that I shouldn't do that because it affects your mass, which affects your jump range. I was like, well,
Fuel scooping.
they said just have a really, really powerful fuel scoop. It's better. You know, one that goes really fast. But I don't know. I always liked carrying extra fuel. I felt more comfortable. Oh, that's all good. Thank you for the raid, Top Flight. Glad you're in. You'll have to tell me all about that later. Have a good night. Get some rest. You've earned it. And everybody, not coming in on the raid, definitely give a follow over at Top Flight's channel. I think my bot put up a link. It should have. Yeah. Give him a follow. He's a cool guy. He's my buddy, and a very chill streamer. So yes, do it. Do it. 07's to you. Somewhere here is the very first. Very first. There it is. The old gas giant. I would really love to find a secret base, which would show up as a human location. Like, they're out there, secret bases and stuff, decommissioned secret laboratories and things. There were some that were found in the Formidine Rift region, I think a couple years ago. I guess an expedition had gone in the lore. An expedition had gone out there, done something. Oh, I like that one. Doesn't have anything on it, but I like it. Never a fan of them. I would like to find some more biologicals too. That would be nice. I'm gonna mute real quick and clear my throat. Okie dokie. I'm not finding much interesting stuff in this system. This goes on the boring list.
System scan complete.
Alrighty. Yeah, this one goes on the boring list. Let me check the galaxy map. Is there a nebula close by? What do we have close by here? Nah. Not much close by.
Frameshift drive charging. Scoop disengaged.
A little further. I find it helps to get a little further from the star. I know some people like to scoop and scan, but I always get the star like right in the way. I typically go out a little ways and then I do FSS. Well, there's some biologicals here. Sulfur dioxide atmosphere. I don't think I've scanned too many sulfur dioxide systems. Might be some more interesting creature-looking things like those face huggers. Maybe we'll check that out. Might be worth it. It was this one? Yeah. Over here. At least give it a surface scan, see what we got down there. Oh my gosh, this song takes me back. I haven't heard this in a long time. Yeah, this takes me back to high school. Wow. Now go away. So sulfur dioxide atmosphere. If it's just bacteria down there, I don't think I really want to go down there and check it out, but if it's more than that, I do want to see what we got. Curiosity. Killed the Jeffo.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan.
And bacteria. And stratum. There's stratum. Oh, but those are stratum or those, Those big blobs, aren't they? Oh, you can! That's awesome! Pack rat. That's awesome. You're back in the game, so to speak. Very good. Excellent. You know what? I'm not... Oh, there's something down there, though. Minor wreckage. Distress beacons. Probably all escape pods and stuff, but minor wreckage might be worth taking a peek at.
Orbital flight engaged.
It's a pretty atmosphere. Yeah, I don't think I've scanned too many of these, so maybe this will be sort of interesting. Probably the stratum are just those big blobs, aren't they? I think they're just those big blobs. I don't think they're very interesting. But this wreckage, we'll see what this wreckage is.
Landing gear deployed.
Well, let's see what we got.
Low gravity warning.
Well, we've got a skimmer. No, two skimmers. Two skimmers. Hello, boys.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed.
Okay.
scoop deployed. Warning, you have entered a trespass zone.
Illegal salvage. I don't understand. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. Like, what's illegal about it? Is it stolen? Probably all marked stolen.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, it's all marked stolen. So we'll need a black market to sell it. Probably not a big deal. Materials rack. Eek. Stolen goods. Melter? You okay there, buddy? Feel like I'm on Twin Peaks. Don't roll far. Coming for you. That was really cool, though, actually.
Cargo scoop
Okie
retracted.
dokie. It's kind of weird to find this stuff way out here, to be honest. Like, why would they be hauling stolen cargo in between Colonia and the core? Maybe they have a secret base. Maybe we should find it. Maybe they're taking it to Raxla. Maybe there's clues etched into the cargo containers. He's not currently here, Backrat. Bullet! Not sure. Not sure where he went. I know. I'm bummed out about it too. Normally he hangs out with me more. Alright. Up, up, and away!
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no, game! Frontier, we apologize for the inconvenience. Please tell us about the problem. Super Cruise. Leaving planet. Well, that's disappointing. I know. All right. Let's get it loaded back up. A bummer. Can't believe that happened. I know. Yeah, that was a hard Frontier crash. I don't think there's any other issues to worry about right now. Knock on wood. Load her up. Back on the planet. Oh. I don't know if it ever registered that, Oh, it did. Stolen goods. Well, I suppose we can go get some more. Right? Let's go get some more.
Low gravity warning.
Sort of a involuntary relog situation there. Hello again, boys. You have been resurrected.
Under attack.
I beg your pardon.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed.
Kablooey.
Cargo scoop deployed.
I think you can shoot these
You have entered a trespass
material
zone.
racks
Trespass
also.
zone cleared. Warning. You have entered a trespass zone.
I think. Let's try it. Oh, okay. I guess you can, but it's gonna destroy most of your containers, so that's disappointing. But good to know for next time. We won't do that again. Ooh, platinum. Oh, now it's legal salvage. So it was illegal salvage before. Now it's legal salvage. Ooh. battle weapons. Platinum, legal platinum. Bullet. Bullet, come in here. He's making noise. I think he's got one of his bears.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Trespass zone cleared.
Alrighty. That's all I want. Let's go.
Cargo scoop retracted.
For all my life. Bullet. Hi, baby boy. Come lay in your bed. People want to see you. Come on, buddy cat. Alright, let's try this again.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Yay! Alright, wait, I think we gotta recalculate our route. It's a big one. I don't think we're gonna do the whole thing in economic mode, but wanted to get some scanning done. All right, so music. That song I started the stream with, so I think we've gone full circle on what Spotify is giving us on this one. I'm gonna change stations. Heard that. There we go. Good old Trapped. All right, anything else we're missing in this system? Anything at all? No. No. Okay. Moving along.
Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Jasper, how do you say it? Jasper a Chase? Did I say that right? Well, thank you for following. Welcome to the channel. So good to have you. Nothing.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two.
Oh my gosh, look at the stars. They're so nice.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
They're so nice. See what we got. Ah, there we are.
System scan complete.
Just these little bodies, these little metal-rich bodies, I think it said. I don't think there's anything interesting. Very interesting on them.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two.
I feel like I'm coming across a lot of white
System
stars.
scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Kind of interesting.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two.
was saying earlier today, in Top Flight's channel, that I kind of miss the Horizons. Believe it or not, the Horizons hyperspace animations. There seemed to be some more effects in it, like some twinkling lights and stuff that went by, like kind of. I mean, you could tell if you looked really close that it was kind of, you know, smoke and mirrors effect, more so than the Odyssey one, but it kind of liked it better. Not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna no, we'll just keep going for now.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's keep going for right now. Hoping to find some good discoveries. I kind of feel like we've been let down a little bit so far.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, a titanium, yeah, it's something like that. Hackrat, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Really appreciate it. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good one. Get some rest.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
A lot of planetless
Disengaged.
systems.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh my gosh. Careful what you wish for. 37 bodies to scan on this one. This one's gonna have rats left. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. We're here, boys and girls. Nothing in the fun zone. This is the fun zone here with the water worlds and the earth likes and all that. This area right around here. Icy bodies. Oh bother. Icy bodies. Rocky bodies. It's got biologicals on it though. Carbon dioxide atmosphere. Might check it out. Just might check it out. So, what is it Tuesday? Tuesday, update 11 drops. That's gonna be interesting. We're gonna be probably out here. We'll still be out here on expedition on Tuesday, I'm sure. So we'll be able to step out onto the carrier, I think. Unless they've dropped news that carriers are not going to be included in update 11. I just missed that information. It's very possible. I miss a lot, it seems. Oh, hello again. He's back. Not in his bed. You're a little rambunctious tonight, aren't you? And you're in my way again. You're laying across the mouse. This just isn't gonna work, baby cat. It's not gonna work. I'll do what I can, but I don't think you're gonna appreciate me reaching over you like this. This is really uncomfortable, Bullet. You're gonna have to go lay in your cat bed. You need to go lay down. I feel like we're hearing a bunch of the same music we did on the other playlist. I'm gonna switch genres entirely for now. The Pink Planet, Strawberries and Bubble Gummies. Hey, Ad Night, by the way, how are you? I don't think I have, actually. Now, is it a certain planet type, or is it like a special pink planet or something?
System scan complete.
Baby boy, hop in your cat bed. Come on. Let me take this off for just a second. Let me try and get him in his bed. Come here. Sweet boy. You should get in your cat bed where you're comfortable and I'm not reaching over you or bumping into you with the mouse or anything, okay? Okay. Hop in here, lay down. Lay down, buddy cat. Over here. Fine. Gas giant, which may or may not exist. Oh boy. Well, all right. Let me check this playlist out of yours. Artists, playlists. This one with the aloe plant on it. All right, we'll listen to it for a little bit. He's back up here. All right, as long as you stay away from the controls, baby cat, you're good. All right, we got stuff to do. All right, that's enough. Moving on. Oh shoot, you know what? I didn't target the next system. Hello.
Frameshift drive charging.
Smooth aloe plant.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
We're good on fuel.
Frameshift drive charging.
They sure do go fast when you get above 5.
Fuel scooping.
I think this is a 5, and it's still not the fastest one I've had.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
But I do kind of agree. I feel like, you know, you really need to use up your big module spots with a fuel scoop. I don't know. All right, what do we got? What do we got? should probably pay more attention to terraformables. Those pay really well. Yeah. I suppose if you're not using that big slot, why not? Oh my gosh. But only if you're mining. Well, I was gonna say, no use carrying around a refinery if you're not gonna be mining. But my Type 10, I carry around all my mining gear on it as well, even when I'm using it as a cargo ship. So, I guess I take that back. We need the Earth likes. We need Earth likes. We need to put more Jeffo World colonies down out here. And more water worlds. Put more Jeffo Water World water parks, water slides. I don't mind mining. I like it. I think it's relaxing, actually, for the most part. You can kind of burn yourself out of it, though. So I don't do a whole lot of it these days, not since they changed the, you know, the mining. They ended the mining rush when they changed the way prices are calculated for stuff. Yeah, I used to do a lot of void opals. I used to do low temperature diamonds when the getting was good. You know, overlaps were a lot more worth it back then. I used to really love core mining. I do really love core mining. I do still love mining. I just don't do it as much these days. Although I do have a sneaking suspicion that we may be mining some tritium. We have enough carrier fuel to get out and back to Colonia, but we may be mining some tritium eventually. I was looking at the stocks of in Colonia of tritium, and it's all private fleet carriers selling it for extortion prices, like 150,000 credits for a ton of tritium. Really? I'm not paying that. I may have to, but I don't want to.
Frameshift drive charging.
We may be doing some mining when we come back from our core survey. walk carefully. Are you familiar at all with Star Citizen?
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
They put a floating city in a gas giant.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Orison. It's actually pretty cool. But it's theoretically possible that you could set up a floating base in the atmosphere of a gas giant between the different densities of layers, depending on what gases you're settling it into. I don't think there's anything now.
Frameshift drive charging.
Look at those stars. It's so neat.
3, 2,
So many stars. Oh my stars.
fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
I think the aloe is taking the playlist a little bit outside of my normal musical choices. It's kind of relaxing though. Who is this? I know, it's a beautiful view. Little, oh. Little Sims. Okay. I know, it is. It is a little aloe plant right there. You're right. I don't normally feature these genres on my channel.
Frameshift drive charging.
What was my build this week for the carrier?
4, 3, 2, fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
All right, we're missing something. It didn't tick off. We should have one more body. One lonely planet, really?
System scan complete.
Okay. We got it. We got it. I was looking up here. I was curious what my carrier bill was. That's in. Oh, yeah, I am. Okay, all right. We already got billed for the trip out to Colonia. For most of the trip out to Colonia. This is only 6 jumps worth. Okay. Still pretty pricey.
Frameshift drive charging.
System scan complete.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
We're actually making tracks. 86 jumps left. We're not gonna do all those, but that's just to the waypoint that I set. All the job interviews? Oh my gosh, TikTok manager? You applied to be a TikTok manager? Tell me about that. Yeah, it's true. I'm not criticizing. I'm just curious. How many followers do you have on TikTok? How many followers do you have on TikTok? Should we be following you? 15. You're like me. That's just like me. Like, my Twitter is pathetic. Excuse me. You know, I never got into TikTok. I don't think I ever even downloaded it. But I watch people scroll through TikTok. And it's so interesting to watch people sit there and just swipe through all of this randomness. Like I look over their shoulders sometimes and I'm just kind of like, wow. This is entertainment these days. Is it really? Yeah, it's pretty incredible how they do all that. I mean, pretty serious AI that's sitting there looking for connections and linkages and similarities, the machine learning that must go into that. It's really pretty incredible. A lot of apps are doing that nowadays. Anything that has a social component.
System scan complete.
In fact, I think Facebook even uses proximity nowadays because I've been recommended people that I was just near and hadn't seen like in forever. All of a sudden, I go on Facebook and they're being recommended to me. It's kind of spooky, in a sense.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two.
Yes. Yeah, so I think totally, like, it saw
Fuel scooping.
I was close to so-and-so, and we have common friends, so therefore it should recommend. Like, I seriously think it's using that location data. We have got nothing inside the fun zone this whole time tonight. Like, no Earthlikes, no water worlds. We're gonna have some good data, though. Good data to sell. I think I'm gonna switch back to bigger jumps after this. Make some more headway. Do some more scanning in a different region. I think this region has been a little bit of a disappointment. Sorry to say it. Was hoping to find some more places for Jeffo colonies and Jeffo water parks, and that's just hasn't happened. You know, we are colonizing the whole galaxy with Jeffos. So They're just planting Jeffos everywhere.
System scan complete.
Wow, lots of moons. So many moons, so little time. All right, I'm gonna change my jump method. Do fastest. I'm actually gonna replot out to here. We will use jet cones. Only 13 jumps. So yeah, I'm gonna pick up the scanning in a little bit different area. We're here. We haven't made a ton of time just with our scanning, so we haven't made a ton of progress just because of our scanning. So I'm gonna get moving. We'll still scan, but we're not gonna do economical right now.
Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
I think I fell out. Get back in there.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive
Supercharged. I still need to make that an emote. Supercharged.
Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two,
Yeah, I do kind of miss the horizons, twinkling lights in the hyperspace.
fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Gonna have a lot of gas giants. Aloe made you go groove funk. Oh my gosh, this is a big system. Carbon dioxide with some biologicals. Might be worth circling back to. Is it this one? It might be worth checking it out. I'll check. Let me finish these last few. I think I know which one you were talking about. I'm not sure if you can. I think that one had too thick of an atmosphere. one looked kind of interesting. Wow, that one looks pretty cool, actually.
System scan complete.
Alright, let's see. Was it this one? No, not that one. Oh, maybe this one you were talking about? No, this one was, it should be landable. Why isn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, it's so thin, it's not even registering. Sulfur dioxide, we've landed on those before, haven't we? I don't understand why you wouldn't be able to land on this one. That doesn't make any sense to me. Huh. Maybe because it's sulfur dioxide? Oh, let's go look at it. Apparently. Maybe it's Raxla. Maybe we don't have the permit. That's bizarre. That's really bizarre. I've never seen that before. Ever. That's a huge ring. Well, here it is.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Is it? Is that why? Oh. There is silicate magma. It's only 244 Kelvin, though. Average temperature. Maybe it's just too much silicate magma coming up? I don't know. Oh, at 3? This isn't it? It's still curious why this isn't landable. Let's get nice and close. Let's get a good look. I think you're right, though. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right.
Friendship drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
So it's at 3? Brown with black spots? Alright. Alright, let's see here. Point it out if you see it. Oh, maybe, is it this one? Is it this? No. Yeah, it's landable. Got an atmosphere. No. This one. This one. I thought you were talking about this one initially. This one's got too big of an atmosphere. Oh, pretty defined blacks. Like this one. Gotta be this one. We'll go to it so you can see it. Now, it's got like a 48 atmospheres of pressure. But it's right here. Yeah. High pressure. Like Venus. So it's got ice caps. All right, let's take a look-see. Let's scan it, actually. Give it a good scan.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Now, Henry! Good evening, good morning, how are ya? I'm back. Yep.
Surface scan
I'm
complete.
back from the crazy world out there. Returned. This planet is particularly interesting because 48.27 atmospheres of methane-rich atmosphere. It's the scene of a third ammonia, a third methane, a third nitrogen. Interesting. Bigger than Earth? Totally. Actually, that is a good question. Let's Google it. How many atmospheres of pressure is at the bottom of the ocean? There's 1,000 atmospheres at the bottom of the ocean, so that would be at the Mariana Trench in the Western Pacific. So that puts it into a little bit of perspective of what 48 atmospheres of pressure is like. All right. Not too bad. I'm a little surprised that's that many atmospheres of pressure at the bottom of the... It says that is serious pressure and only 3 human beings have made the trip. So if we had a vessel that could go that deep in the ocean, surely you could settle there with a pressurized cabin.
Frameshift drive charging.
So we will mark that one down as a yes for a Jeffo World colony. We're planting Jeffos all over the galaxy.
4, 3, 2, fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
And I missed that we were complete.
Frameshift drive charging.
Next to you. My cat on the desk. refuses to lay in his bed next to you.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
We got something to scan on this one. Still nothing in the fun zone this whole night. Oh, Henry, are you there still? Are you on board the carrier? I hope so. Unless you wanted to stay in Colonia. Rack up hotel costs. Oh my gosh, look at these rings. Rings! My gosh, those are beautiful little rings. Oh, okay. I'm sorry you had to do that because of my awful work schedule. I was almost thinking maybe I should do a, figure out how to do just a carrier run back to the bubble. The problem was, oh geez. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. I was almost thinking, like, if I can remote into my PC, I can at least do carrier jumps. But the problem was, if it's like a back-to-back jumping, like a 18-hour trip or something like that, I just didn't have that time. You know, with work and all that. I just didn't have it. It would take every waking moment in my hotel rooms to do that. All right. Yes. Supposed to be carrier interiors. They have not said otherwise, so I'm assuming, unless I've missed something, which is possible, I miss a lot of stuff, that they're still coming. So I do look forward to that. we'll actually get to have a little R&R and walk around on carrier. I'm curious though, if we're gonna have to send the carrier back to a carrier, what do they call it? A carrier services system to fit these units, these on-foot units in there. You know, like you do with everything else, 100% you have to go back to a carrier dock. But I'm thinking, so here's where we're at now. We're not very far. We're really not very far. Well, that's an issue, though. We'll get interiors. We're just not going to be able to add optionals, which sucks. Which is going to be the bar. It's going to be Frontier Supplies. Shipyard might be included. The on-foot shipyard version may be included because it has a shipyard already. So Frontier which no big deal about Frontier. That's not a big deal, but kind of sucks we won't be able to install the bar unless we go back to a fleet carrier system. Because here's where we're at. Here's where the carrier's at. I could get the carrier back. The problem is I'm not going to be there to outfit it. And I don't think you can... Well, answer me this, if you know. Yes, that is so cool. So... here's where you change carrier services. If I send the carrier to a dry dock system, can I do this remotely? I can, right? If I jump the carrier, like the 3 jumps back to a Colonia dry dock system, I can be anywhere, right, and add these modules, as long as the carrier is there. I don't have to be there with the carrier to add and remove these, right? Like it just says the fleet carrier must be in a carrier administration system to install this facility. So theoretically, I can jump at the 3 jumps back, 3, 4, or 5, however far we are, add it, and then jump it back. Theoretically. Unless it's bugged and it's gonna not detect me correctly. Because I'm remoting into the carrier. Anyway, I'm excited. I want to add the extra services if we can. But I'm not gonna go back myself. I'm not gonna jump all the way back myself. I don't know. I guess I could. I could just sit on the carrier and jump it back. But I figured we'd be exploring the next few days. We wouldn't be worrying about that. So if I can do that from the sidelines while we're exploring, that would be cool. I wish they would release the patch notes maybe a couple days early. But they never do that.
Scoop disengaged.
Big things coming to the Oasis Grand, baby. Brand new remodeled bar.
System scan complete.
Not even sure what that is. I think we're the dark side of the planet, aren't we? Alright, we're halfway on fuel. We should start thinking about... 7 jumps. Start thinking about fueling soon. It does. It does. It has at least one. I thought maybe they put a second one in there. But it's going to be packed as well. It's going to be a madhouse. I don't even know if we'll be able to jump it in there, whether we're on the carrier or remoting in. I don't know.
Fuel scooping.
I think every fleet carrier within jump range of Colonia is going to be coming to get their services. Unless they just let us at them. But that wouldn't really fit with the
Fuel scoop disengaged.
fit with what's already there. And we have found nothing in the fun zone. I keep saying this, but I'm lamenting the fact that this whole evening we've found nothing in the fun zone. Oh my gosh, maybe we should do that before the Maybe we should do that. Maybe we shouldn't be jumping the carrier right now. I thought about it too. I think I even said something on Discord that I wasn't sure if we were going to be jumping the carrier just yet. So is Colonia the only dry dock system? The actual system Colonia? It's a problem. There's another one of those molten looking sulfur dioxide again. It's just like that other one. Must be something about it being a nasty sulfur dioxide that we can't land on it. Or it's not a solid surface. I'll take a look at it here in just a second. Yeah, that's just, it's gonna be a madhouse, I think, for a lot of these carrier administration systems. Might be an issue out in the Colonia region because I think that system might already be full. I think everybody and their brother has a freaking carrier out there. Alright, let me take a look here. check Inara real quick. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm doing. So we want to look at data station. Oh, here we go. Stations near Colonia that have fleet carrier administration. Search. All right, so Jacques Station, of course. Retry supposedly has fleet carrier administration. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 systems in Colonia that have supposedly fleet carrier administration. Hey, you're back. Welcome back. Fleet carrier, yeah. It's listed here. Fleet carrier administration. So one of those systems we could park it in. I think maybe we could get at least one of them. Hopefully. We're gonna have to see. Luctane is a engineer system. I'm not sure that's gonna work out. Problem is, I'm out in Colonia. But yeah, Hanoi usually is a really good spot to go chill. I go there when I'm not able to get in anywhere else. Alright. Let's close that. So there's 6 places that we could send the carrier later on. I'm not going to jump it any further today or tomorrow. But I am, before the end of today, I am going to send it back.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so no more carrier jumps right now. We'll have the carrier come catch up to us. That's gonna suck for Crack is still on board the carrier. He stopped in earlier, said he was still on board.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
He's gonna wake up tomorrow back in Colonia. Because he saw me jumping today. Like, I'm sure he's gonna expect to be out somewhere, you know? He's gonna get up and be like, what the hell? He's on the desk. He's right here on the desk. Hello. You should go to your bed, young man. The desk, I know the desk isn't comfortable. You keep changing positions, but you insist on laying right next to me. Come see the people. Come here. Come here. You want to sleep, but you should get in your bed. He is. Well, I'm glad you're out of debt, though, Jill. That was really good news. I didn't even realize after all these years of playing that you could go into debt, but it kind of rings a bell now that I'm thinking about it. All right, buddy. I'm gonna put you in your bed, and you're gonna stay there this time. Come on. Come see the people. Come see the peeps. Say hello. Hello, everybody. I'm Bullet Cat. I'm a space cat, because I'm black like the void. All right, here comes bed. Here comes bed. Oh yeah, isn't that nice? You're comfy. There you go. Stay here, baby. Come on. Come back. Come on, Bulls. Just he insists on laying right next to me. And you know, he's got to be close, like on top of the desk close. I try and put him in his bed, and he just keeps getting up. So something about his bed, he's not wanting to lay down there tonight. Come on. Come here.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh shit, we're landing somewhere. Oh, that was you. Okay. It's like shit. We're drifting into a orbital situation. Come here. I don't like to see you not comfortable, but just hop in your bed. Come on. I know I put those sound effects in there. They trick me sometimes. That was nice. You got me. And SM Barber, welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow as well. We are on expedition. Just having temporary cat situations. We do need to fuel up. I'm letting it get a little low. Alright, let's fuel up here.
Fuel scooping.
Or I have a real situation. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Here we go. The better to scoop you with, my dear. Fueling. I suppose I could do what a lot of people do and start scanning. Even though I always get frustrated when the star is in my way. Oh, maybe this will work out. Maybe we can get all of our scanning done while we're scooping. Yeah, I guess you and I are in the same time zone. It is indeed 1 a.m. right now. If you explore, explore in luxury. Visit your Saud Kruger dealer today to learn more about the Beluga luxury class liner.
System scan complete.
We did get our scanning done. People always tell me you're supposed to scan while you scoop. But then I always have like half the system is like behind the star for me. Open up that fuel. Don't be a fool. Scoop that fuel. My jump range is in the 40s. I think I've got some cargo, but not as good as I'd like it. 43 unladen. I'd like it to be higher, but I think that's pretty decent. It doesn't feel too small when I'm out here. But I see people get ridiculous jump ranges on some of their ships. And I'm just like, what am I... I'm too heavy for one. I know what I'm doing wrong. You basically have to strip everything down. Lightweight, lightweight, lightweight. Strip it, strip it, strip it. Empty module slots, stuff like that to get those sorts of jump ranges. Too fancy to be functional. Is there anything we wanted to land on here? Another one of these gigantic planets. 2 times the size of Earth. 1.5 Gs. Orbital period. 17.6 days. This is traveling quite quickly around the sun. Let's visualize that real quick. So this one is A3. How is that possible? A3. 17.6 day orbital period. These are traveling very quickly around this star, it looks like. Rotational period, 23 days. So its year is shorter than its day. Nuts. Very interesting.
Frameshift drive charging.
Some buddies with SRVs get on a planet with outposts. After that, you land decently far away from the outpost, then race. Whoever doesn't explode or gets their first win. They do SRV races. Well, we did, we resurrected CQC for a night. And it was really fun, too. And we were thinking that it might be fun to do like channel versus channel CQC tournament.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we had multiple of us, so we all queued at the same time, and we all got matched together. Then we did have somebody else join in who was ridiculously overpowered. So we don't know if it was somebody watching the stream, kind of, getting in on the fun, or just somebody who's obviously a CQC veteran, because they were super overpowered for us. Sounds good. They're very interesting. Still nothing in the fun zone. And by the fun zone, I mean like the Earth-like, Water World, Ammonia World zone, right around here. All night, we haven't found one Water World, one Earth-like. Last week, or whenever it was, a week or so ago, we were finding Water Worlds like every hour. And then like at least one Earth-like a day. I don't know what's up here. Just terrible luck tonight. There's a magma. A little magma world. Terrible luck. Terrible luck. Please give me some interesting things on the surface. Please. Please. I need to start paying attention to, Terraformables, too. I haven't been paying good attention to terraformables. They'd have to be in the Goldilocks zone. Not sure where that is. Oh, you know what? It tells us on my overlay, my system map overlay, it does tell us what the Goldilocks zone is. Or it used to. Let me look here. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, it does. So 17,000 something something to 35,000 something something light seconds is the Goldilocks zone of the main star. Is that right? Is that the right system? EFEG121? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Alrighty. Time to go.
Frameshift drive charging.
So the Goldilocks zone of a frickin' neutron star is gigantic. Like 17,000 light seconds.
4, 3, 2, fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
By the power of Grayskull!
And there's Nanya. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you, Nacho, for doing that. Good bot. Oh! We found an Earth-like, but it's been discovered and mapped, so we did get something. It is a pretty world, though. But we can't put a Jeffo colony down there, unfortunately.
System scan complete.
Somebody's been here. Speaking of Goldilocks.
Frameshift drive charging.
Somebody's been here before, and they're still here. Actually, we can go scan that. Earth-like, actually. Oh, so it's only about less than a third the size of Earth. About 0.7 Gs. 0.5 half, 0.49 atmospheres, so it's thinner. Probably more oxygen content. Yeah, 32% oxygen content. Interesting. Let's go look at it. So Nanya, what is up today? How are things? In the Muller. Oh, okay. Waking up moment. I do remember Princess Blargnarg. Well, I am all right. I do have a chest cold, so that sucks, but I'm back from work, and pretty much everything. That is a giant storm. Look at that. Pretty much everything is good. I said I was gonna not talk quite as much tonight to save my voice, but that has not proved to be effective. I've been chattering away as usual. So
Surface scanned by 50%.
the Pulsar playlist. Go ahead. You're probably gonna have to message it to one of us, whisper it to one of, well, I guess it's only me right now. Nacho's a bot. But if you whisper it to me, I'll repaste it. I have links turned off for most people. I think mods and whatnot can post. It's a nice Earthlight. Actually might be a good opportunity. I need to take a bit of a meal break. So I am going to take a bit of a meal break. It's going to be a little bit longer than normal, just so I can make this a longer stream into the morning hours. It won't be too long, but it is going to give me an opportunity to have some food. What? Here, let me just do this. Okay, you can paste it now. Chill. Witchman, welcome. Good to see you. How are you? It also give me an opportunity to recuperate my voice, you guys. So this is this is Chill's Pulsar sounds. Guys, I'm gonna take my meal break and voice rejuvenation break. It'll be a little bit longer than I normally take. So I will leave you with a beautiful view. I have a chest cold. It's not COVID. I did take a test today. I'm alive and well, but I am gonna take my break so we can stream into the early morning hours easily. Oh, shoot, I need to drop. We're gonna leave it here with this beautiful planet. And this beautiful beluga. Beluga. That's a chill, that's a shout out. All right, my peeps. I will be back. Oh, I got it back. It's coming back. All right, you guys. I will see you in just a short bit. See you in a few. And so I return, orbiting this beautiful Earth-like system, Earth-like planet. And my voice is back for now. And Shuggy, hey, 07, did I miss anything? Oh, thank you, Shuggy. Yes, so we're on expedition. We are exploring. We are making our way towards the core. Rommel 07, haven't seen you in a little while. How are you?
Frameshift drive charging.
All right, here we go. Say goodbye to the Earth-like for now. We didn't discover it. It was already found, unfortunately. Not much, really. I was working. And then, now I've got a bit of a chest cold. But other than that, all was well. Unfortunately, I was gone for a little while. I was gone for 6 days, so that kind of sucked, but... You know, what can you do? So I don't think... We don't have a neutron jump plotted, which is interesting. No need to supercharge if we're not going to do one. It's okay. I get you, Shuggy. I think Melter of Snowflakes is having the same problem. Well, not the same problem, but his, things were typing backwards. I think... I am back. I am back, and my voice, for now, has returned. After a little TLC. There you go. Well, yes, I'm glad to be back as well. Yeah. Ooh, Star Trek Enterprise. What did you think of the final seasons of that? I really enjoyed the first few seasons, and then the big event happened, and I don't want to say it wasn't good, but I didn't enjoy it as much after the big event. I haven't seen it yet, Rommel. I have not seen it yet. I don't even know if my Paramount Plus subscription is active, or CBS Plus, or whatever they're streaming it on right now. I don't even know if it's active, so. We got something here in the fun zone. Get these gas giants out of the way. Okay. I know it's available different places in different countries, kind of like the Netflix does it, you know. I don't know. I don't know where to watch it. Is it on, I don't think it's on Amazon in the US. I think you have to get like Paramount Plus or something to watch Picard. CBS, like something broadcasting system. I think it was CBS stands for Centennial Broadcasting System or something, or I don't know. Yeah, Enterprise was the final season of the Rick Berman era of Star Trek. He was Voyager, DS9, Enterprise. I think he was there for some of TNG, I can't remember. But he was the driving force behind Voyager and DS9, which are, of course, favorites. And say what you will about him, the vibe of those seasons was hard to reproduce. Water worlds already discovered. All right, we need to get off the beaten path here, folks. We got to get off the beaten path. This is the second time I've been usurped. My discoveries have been usurped. Are you going back to the lurk? Columbia Broadcasting. Thank you, Melter. That makes sense. That's an American network. TNG is important for establishing the Borg. Without TNG to establish the Borg for the later seasons, or the later series, rather, and I thought TNG did a good job establishing the Borg. I thought they did a really good job. And Wolf 359 really highlighting the power of the Borg. A word puzzle. Let's change the music. Cue something else up. Let's see what this gets us. There we go. Queued up. Perfect. Are you serious? Melter, the commercials on that VHS would be priceless. Just for the commercials. Oh my god, $450. That's brutal. I remember when we got VCR and later the CD player. I mean, I was a kid, but these things were... I remember just our first CD system. Gigantic. Now, it was like a 5-disc, you know, rotating changer thing, but gigantic unit. All right, what do we have here? What do we have that I can see? Explore. There's a ringed high metal content with no features. Here's atmosphere. 2 biologicals. 2 biologicals. 4 biologicals here. Let's go over here. I want to see this moon. Oh, that's far away. Do we really want to travel out there for 4 biologicals? Yes. We want to scan the data. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Betamax. I don't think I was kind of young. I don't think I remember the distinction. I don't remember us having multiple VCRs though. Ooh, I remember having one. Hmm. He burned a D&D book? He didn't want you doing any of that stuff? That's so sad. That's so sad. I do remember laser discs. And I think we had one for a time and then got rid of it. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, we had one. I can't remember. I think maybe we only had it like, because I remember the gigantic discs, and I was like, what the fuck? What is that? I remember when we got our first big screen TV. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's a little screen in today's, or average size screen in today's standards, but it was still this big boxy thing. And before that, you know, we had the big box wooden TV. Oh my gosh. Tiny Blushies, thank you for the follow. Good to have you around. We're reminiscing right now about our old technologies. I remember that. I think we had one. I think maybe my dad returned it even. We had one disc, but I think maybe we had it like a week. Thank God those things never took off. What a pain in the butt. And then DVDs came out later on. And that was a game changer. But now, I mean, I don't know anybody that still has a DVD collection. I think I've got a box of my old DVD collection that hasn't been added to in 15 years. Nintendo DS. Yeah. Well, we had an Atari system when I was a kid. And then I got the original Nintendo when it came out. Or shortly after it came out. Everything tiny, yes. The smaller the better. We wanted everything to be tiny. And then the cell phones started going the other direction. And suddenly they started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They stayed flat, but then they started getting bigger and bigger. And now you've got cell phones that are like this again, up against your head. Nanya, it's okay to still have a DVD collection. And it's like I stopped buying hard copies of video games too. And I kept it up for a little while. Probably as recently as 2014. I think Assassin's Creed Black Flag was the last video game I ordered a copy of. And I think, you know, because basically it's all download, high-speed internet now, updates, there's always a day one update. Amazing game. Absolutely amazing game, but I remember when it came out on release day, I had ordered it, I think, off of Amazon. And they had the whole thing where you got it on release day. Waiting all frickin' day for this thing that was supposed to show up. I wanted to play it on my days off, you know? I was just so frustrated that it was like after 4 already and they still hadn't delivered it. Finally it came. But that was the last game that I ordered hard copy of. And then, you know, of course you have to sit there through all the day one updates anyway.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So, I mean, I just liked having the collection for my video games. I like the boxes. But now, you know, you go through a whole install procedure just to sit through downloading the entire game anyway? No, no thank you. I just download them all now.
Orbital flight.
But yeah, I kept that up as long as I could. And then it just got to be ridiculous. It's always good to have powerful gaming setup. I'm due for an upgrade soon, especially with streaming nowadays. I mean, even if I just got a streaming PC, I still think I need to do an upgrade. Not an upgrade, but like a complete rebuild, a new build, because I can't keep it up anymore. Then I remember, well, I remember I had, they had Assassin's Creed 3 available on midnight release, I think, at GameStop. I think, if I remember correctly. I kind of miss that. I kind of miss that, the thrill of getting the physical copy. You know, it's that anticipatory euphoria. It's not as exciting clicking the download button on Steam. Just not as exciting. And Shuggy in with Doobie Time. Perfect. It is Doobie Time. If I could, I would. Where's all the plant life? It's supposed to be around. What's this? Ah, plant life, plant life, plant life. Popping in. Popping. Popping. Landing gear. Get us down.
Landing gear deployed.
This big beast down. I can't get it down. Where do we land from here? There we go. Ah, this is such a gigantic ship. Oh, I should have gotten the SRV out. I know. It's gonna be exciting. In fact, at the end of today, today's stream, I'm gonna jump the carrier the 3 jumps back to one of the administration systems in Colonia. Looks like, according to Inara, there's 6 fleet carrier administration systems we can go to. Oh, this is Tusuk Propagito. Just to be able to oh, that's good, Rommel. I noticed that on the launcher. So they must be coming, and they must be getting hype up for fleet carriers if they put fleet carrier discounts in, or fleet carrier cosmetic discounts. All right, we want SRV. That's what we want. That's what I got back on board for.
Low gravity warning.
This song takes me back, too. Doesn't this song take y'all back to another time, another era in your life? Close your eyes, remember those days. Think about where you were and what you were doing. Post it in the chat. This has been an Orbital Jeffo guided meditation. Well, we've got cute little flowers. So that's nice. One more scan. We'll have the data for cute little flowers. What else we got down here? What do we got over here? Is that one of those blobby looking things? Ah, it is a blob. Did we scan the blobs? We will scan the blobs. This is the Stratum Executus. Executidus. Stratum Executidus. Low-lying photosynthetic organisms bond tightly to the surface of rocks. It's like moss or something like that. Algae? I don't know. Interesting. That is interesting, Stratum. Scan the blob. Oh. It looks like a giant mucus wad or something. Like you see on those commercials. You think so, Rommel? You think there's gonna be a 12? I feel like we might get one more optimization pass. I think we might get one more optimization pass. Then, so I think we'll get an update 12, and then we'll be focusing on consoles. I think that is what's gonna happen. Because I think tomorrow's update may introduce some things that they're gonna need another update on. It's kind of a big update if you think about it. Driving the dunes, baby. We need more blobs. Keep your eyes peeled for blobs. Lots of purple flowers, though. Is that a blob? I think it's a blob. We got a blob. Taking a nap? Quick nap, chill. I really hope they do too. You know what I would also love to see after that? Crossplay. I want to get on there and team up with my console friends and not be completely different universes anymore. You're gonna take it again. Our ship hasn't left us yet. Cruising the dunes, baby. I see a blob, baby. Something on the horizon. Got the blob. Kind of a gross thing. Really weird. That was the third blob, right? We just cleared the thing. Because I see something here. Check it out. Look what we got here, all by his lonesome. Where's your buddies? This one is Tubus compagibus. We've discovered Tubus combagibuses elsewhere. Oh, hello there. I would totally plant these in my front yard. Absolutely. I don't know, it's really creative, to be honest. Whoever came up with all this, pretty cool. See if we can find another Tubus. That was the only Tubus I've seen this whole time. All by himself. I know. He's all by himself. How is that even possible? Your mother was a hamster. Your father smelt of elderberries. I'm not a fan of scanning bacteria, but there it is. Laying there like a good primordial puddle. Now go away, or I shall taunt you some more. I do a terrible French accento. Somebody slipped onion head into my food. I'm not gonna search the entire planet's surface for tubuses, or yeah, tubuses. We're gonna go back. I just can't do it. I'm not gonna do it. While I'm searching around for lonely singular tubuses, we could be scanning more systems and finding Earth-likes and shit. Again? I thought you just said you awoke from your nap. What is happening? It's a time loop. Must break the time loop. You're just banging two coconut shells together. More jumping. I wish I could find the tubus. I can't. Not right now. Not right now. We've got more ground to cover, more space to cover, excuse me. Rolling over my cords here. All right, there we go. Okay. Now I am situated for departure positions.
Landing gear retracted.
Taking off in a beluga like that would probably be quite a thrill. And then switching to Super Cruise and watching the planet go faster and faster and faster behind you. I mean, that would be so cool. So freaking cool.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two. Fuel scooping.
We're here. Check it out, we're here.
Fuel scoop
Where
disengaged.
are the carriers at? We need to do a system scan before we go land, or an FSS scan before we go land. Oh, we've got stuff in the fun zone, you guys. Will it be discovered? Find out next on Orbital Jeffo. Oh no! See, this is why I always fly further away from the star. I always get stuck on the other side of the star from something. Scanning that system. All right, there's one more. Where are you? Well, this one is a gas giant with water-based life. Not exactly exciting. Oh my god, you're kidding? It's still behind the star? OMG. A water giant. Really now? A water giant. Huh. Hey, Bullet Ride. You too. How are you? I am back. Mostly. Had a bit of a chest cold, and it's been giving me grief, so there's a chance my voice goes out again, so keep that in mind. We may have a silent stream, which probably wouldn't be the worst thing. Soup. I love soup. Soup does sound pretty good. There it is, the Oasis Grand. Soon to have a brand new bar outfitted. And a myriad of updated services. Hello, carrier.
Landing gear deployed.
Boop, 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 boop. Stop, 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 stop. Why? Oh, you know, sometimes my little thruster wheels get unzeroed occasionally. And you have to turn them all the way in both directions.
Welcome, Commander.
Yeah, it's just cosmetics. Straight just cosmetics. Now, you know, originally they said, you know, the different types of fleet carriers would do different tasks. Like the exploration fleet carrier would be more suited for exploration, etc., etc. And then that didn't happen. They just turned out to be skins. They'll just make it look different. See, here's what I'm afraid of So you asked earlier what my favorite fleet carrier model was, and I said that I really liked the Nautilus, but I still love the Drake class. So look at this selector. There's no default button. So I have the Nautilus. I could select the Nautilus if I wanted to, but there's no button to go back to the Drake. Like, I can't go back. There's no default button. So what was happening to people a long time ago after one of the carrier updates was that they were switching away from the Drake, and they're like, I can't. There's no button to put the Drake back. Like, there's no way to go back. So once it's gone, it's lost. You can't put it on again. So I am afraid to switch it, that I won't be able to get it back. If I click that, it's done. No more Drake. I don't know. I'm afraid to even try. Because, well, livery you can change anywhere. It's the configuration options, the services that you have to be in a administration system. So yeah. Because look at ship livery. Yeah, you can't remote. You can't do it remotely. You have to be on the carrier to change livery. I see what you're saying, Nanya. No, you've got to be landed on the carrier to do livery. It doesn't work from the right-hand menu version, like the remote access version. So look at the Beluga, like, okay, so look at the livery system for the Beluga. Like, say I want to put a paint job on. Well, there's a button here to take that off or to go back. Say I want to put a, I don't have any ship kits for it. Maybe I have a ship kit. Say I want to put a ship kit on. There's a button to go back and undo it. Or if I want to change, you know, weapon detailing, there's a button to undo it. There's no button to undo it. Well, we're on the carrier. I mean, we're landed on it. We're in here. So I don't know. I'm scared to lose my Drake. I like the Drake. I don't want to lose it forever by switching to the Nautilus. I mean, that looks pretty cool right there. Look at that. Look at that sexy beast. But also something I noticed too, with so this right here is the bridge and the concourse. So on the Drake, it's back here. But look, what's going to happen for people who have it up here. So see, the windows are right here. We're looking out over the landing pads, which are cool. You get to see all the ships landing and taking off or whatnot. But look on the other model. It's facing, the windows are facing this way. You're not even going to see the landing pads on your carrier from the windows. Now the Victory class has it in the back. And the Fortune class has it off to the side in the back, but the Nautilus has it in the front, and the windows are facing forward. There's no services. If you go watch the walkthrough video, there's nothing facing the back. There's no windows facing the back. Watch the walkthrough video very closely. There's nothing facing this direction that looks out. So unless they turn this whole thing around with tomorrow's update, oh shit, look. See, it's not even in the right position on the Nautilus. This is where it is on the other one. And it might be just because this is the preview. So this is all based on where the Drake is, but this may just be because it's a preview. I think if you switch to these libraries, it may update. I agree. That's, yeah. Off to the side. Yeah, I think this is because we're previewing here. It's not really loading in the new models. I don't know, maybe. But you can kind of get a good look of the interior this way, though. But that's going to be an issue because no windows face backwards. I want to look closer. I want to look closer. How can we look closer? Like, what's this blue thing over here? What is that? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked, aren't I? A bright light? I mean, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors that go along with this game. I've noticed over the years that they use a lot of little tricks to make things work. So this is kind of cool. What sort of little tricks they're gonna use to make the jump. I want to know what that little blue outline is right here. I don't remember all of this in the walkthrough video. I think this is the Pioneer Supplies and the shipyard, right? Before I end the stream, I'm going to jump the carrier back to one of the 6 Colonia spots. That'll be really weird if they leave that floating there like that in that position, because clearly that's not where the concourse is on the other varieties. But anyway, the whole point of this was just showing how I'm afraid you won't be able to get the Drake back. Because that was the glitch back when... a long time ago, for one of the fleet carrier updates a long time ago, is that disappeared. There used to be an option to go back to the default Drake, and then it disappeared. So I don't know. I do not know. Alright, carrying on. I didn't mean to get so sidetracked and sit here talking about this forever. Let's restock. I'm not going to keep jumping the carrier because we're going back to Colonia. All right. We are going to continue jumping our ship, though. That's the deal. That's the plan. That's the scoop. Where are we gonna go? Let's go this way a little bit. Go this way a little bit and up. I want to get off the beaten path a little bit. All right, let's do these and go scan out in that region. Well, that's the thing, Rommel, is that I don't want to change it. I have the Nautilus, but I don't want to lose the Drake forever. If anybody else has the Drake carrier and wants to get the Nautilus or one of the other varieties, and let me know if you're allowed to switch back to the Drake after that. Go for it. But you know what? You were able to glitch into the concourse when it first made its way into the game. You could camera view into it, but they seem to have blocked that out now. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Oh my god, I'm stuck. What the hell? I'm stuck? Oh my god! I'm permanently attached. Oh, there we go, okay. What the fuck? I got stuck to the carrier by booping the concourse there. Alright. I don't think you can glitch in there anymore. You used to be able to go right in through the window. Shutter there. We've got it all blocked up. No, you can't fly the carrier like a normal ship. You can just jump it. You can sit in the commander's seat, though. Maybe one of these windows up here. I'm gonna laugh so hard. Okay, so you can see these shutters that are over the windows? I'm gonna laugh so hard if for the jump, we're sitting there in the bridge in our seat, and these shutters, these shutters come down and close for the jump. That is such a frontier thing to do, too. I could see it happening. I could see it happening right now. We're sitting there in the bridge, looking out the window at the landing pads. All of a sudden, honk, honk, preparing for jump. The shutters close on the windows, and the jump starts. Oh my god, that is something they would do. Oh my god, please do not let that be. Do not let that be what happens.
Frameshift drive charging.
All clear. What's your thinking about that?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Well, I hope you're happy with what you chose. I'm sorry, Rommel. I hope you picked a good one. Yeah, it's been reported for... That's an old one that I remember reading on the forums. A year and a half. It was one of the original fleet carrier updates. That was the bug. One of the original fleet carrier updates. the Drake button disappeared. Where is it? It's here somewhere. There it is. Oh, we got something here. Oh, we got an and it's discovered, of course. Ammonia world. It's okay if it's discovered. I just want to find cool things. It really doesn't bother me that much. I don't have to have my name on everything in the galaxy. My penis is big enough. I promise. I don't need my name everywhere in the galaxy. I just want to see cool stuff when I'm out to explore. Maybe find new things, but I don't have to put my name everywhere. You got the I like the Nautilus. The Nautilus is really good looking. It really is. I was never wild about the hammerhead looking one. I know a lot of people liked that one. I wasn't wild about it. But the Nautilus I thought looked kind of Star Trek-y to me. That kind of round, bulbous nose. I think that's why I liked it so much. But I don't want to lose access to the Drake. It does. It does. Yeah.
System scan complete.
Plus we can put the system back up.
Shift drive charging.
God, there's so many stars.
4, 3, 2.
The only complaint about the Nautilus is going to be if that's the position of the fleet carrier bridge, you're not going to be able to see the landing pad.
Fuel scooping.
And I feel like that's one of the coolest features of that forward-facing window, is being able to look out over the landing pads of your own carrier. Watch your friends land, you can watch, NPC ships land when you're in a populated system. Like, that's one of the coolest features. You'll still be able to see the jump.
Disengaged.
That's about it, unless they turn it around. Well, it's true, they seem to be very afraid to tinker too deeply with this game code. It's one thing that I've noticed. Okay, we finally discovered a water world. Defo Water Park coming soon to a water world near you. Water slides galore. Funnel cakes. Be sure to wait 20 minutes before going back in the pool. We're gonna have Shamu. We're gonna have sea lions and penguins and water slides, water slides, water slides. And of course, a log ride. You can't have a water park without a log ride and a lazy river. I miss that. Does it really? Does it really have an ammonia atmosphere? It does. World's longest water slide. Let's watch it. Do you guys want to watch it? If I can find it quickly. So we can hype ourselves for the fleet carrier interiors. Get hype. I feel like I'm kind of getting sidetracked, but we're having a conversation. It's okay to veer off course once in a while. Let me find it. Yeah.
System scan complete.
All right. Let's chill here a moment while I find this. Pause the music. If it was on their Twitch channel, it's probably gone, but maybe. Let me see. Hold on. I mean, like, everybody did a video on it, but I kind of want to go straight to the source. Oh, here's my videos. That's interesting. All right. Let's watch... This looks like a recording of the live stream, and it's 20 minutes long. I don't think we need to watch a 20-minute. We're gonna watch Obsidian Ant's video. That's what we're gonna do. All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. That's kind of cool. Forcibly moved to a seat. See, the tricks and smoke and mirrors comes into play there. I like the cup of coffee. I think it looks pretty cool, to be honest. It's a lot more than I ever expected. I think it loops back around. I like it. I think it's cool. That was a lot better, actually, watching his narrated video, because then we didn't have to sit through all the blah blah conversation from the devs, or the community managers and the devs. There were not. I went through it a few times when that video first circulated. There are elevators to the back. Then you have the hallway, the main hallway. You have services off to the sides. Service. You had Pioneer Supplies to the right, the bar to the left, and then you had Shipyard to the right. And the bar, I think, took up 2 slots or something like that to the left. But you had no windows to the back, just the elevators. So on those other models, they need to... I don't know how that's going to work. They're going to have to turn those towers around. But then you are facing backwards for the jump. That doesn't make any sense either. I guess it's a trade-off. Because the Nautilus is my favorite, other than the Drake. But I don't want to. I want to see the landing pads from my carrier bridge. You know? I don't want to be looking backwards. I want to see ships landing.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Well, someday, I think it's coming out to consoles. Well, no, I don't think the interiors are going to go in the Horizons version of carriers right now. I mean, that's true too. That's a good point. If it's a really cool jump, then maybe that's a good trade-off for not seeing your landing pads. Maybe it's a fair trade. But I do like getting... Are you serious? This was a removed function? This was intentional? Redacted reasons? Why the freak would they do that? Maybe they want people to have variety in the galaxy? Maybe they thought too many people had drakes? It was very early. It was one of the first few carrier updates that they did that disappeared. I'm sorry, guys, if I made you change it. I guess I didn't make you do anything, but I'm sorry if I'm the reason you did that and lost your Drake. Well, I remember that, Rommel. There was an issue where it wasn't applying the update. Like, you'd click it and you'd see the preview, but it wouldn't stick. And that was just a server-side issue, if I remember. Like, and then shortly after that, maybe they thought too many people were changing it and then changing it back, and it was causing problems. Like too many server updates or something, too many database updates at the time. Because I remember they were having an issue with too much stuff happening on the servers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have that issue from... Not always, but from time to time I'll have that issue, especially if there's too many carriers in one system. That's why when I'm jumping my carrier, I try and avoid a system with a lot of fleet carriers. Like, I won't jump it if there's more than 10 fleet carriers in a system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sounds good, Pack Rat. No lags and issues, yeah. Well, my performance is usually pretty flawless when I'm just doing classic, you know, Horizons level stuff. But when I start running around in ground combat zones and stuff like that, I do suffer some performance issues. I may have to check that out sometime. I think maybe I went there. I don't know if I went there or not. Maybe went there once. You know what? I'm gonna Google something real quick. Because remember earlier, you may not have been here, some of y'all's, but I was pondering whether I'm gonna jump the carrier back to Colonia for the carrier update. But the curiosity was, the carrier has to be in a carrier administration system to add new facilities. But I don't think the commander has to be there, just the carrier. I think you can do it remotely. I think as long as the carrier is in that system, you can do those changes remotely. But I wanna Google that here in a second. Let me finish this scan so I don't forget to do it. And then I wanna... I still feel a little disappointed with this. I kind of... Ooh, that's a pretty looking... HMC. It's a pretty looking one. I still feel pretty disappointed with tonight's exploration. I normally would have found so much more interesting things. I mean, I even have my star filter set, and typically we would have found so many more interesting. We would have found stellar phenomena, we would have found more Earth-likes and or water worlds. I just feel like we have gotten the short stick. And I don't think I've been there, but I'm sure I've seen screenshots of that. The view from the top.
System scan complete.
It's supposed to be, like, it's the carrier that's supposed to be in the administration system, because supposedly it goes that you're leasing, you're subcontracting these services on your carrier, and so the carrier needs to be in one of those systems where the staff is based and all of that can happen. So it's like sending your Boeing business jet, you know, in to get fit for, you know, get galleys added to it and lavatories and all of that. You buy a Boeing business jet and then you have it outfitted and you have to send it to a, you know, to Seattle or wherever. And then if you want to crew it, you've got to send it to a crew base and pick up your crew. So, I mean, that's the thinking there, I believe. But I just want to know if it worked. This button here must be in a carrier administration system to install this facility. The fleet carrier must be in a carrier administration system to install this facility. I'm just worried that I'm gonna send the carrier back without me on it, and it's gonna tell me I'm not in the carrier administration system. Yeah, we need to get our position. We need to get our position. I should have enough fuel on the carrier to get back, actually. It took... Hold on. I'm gonna start jumping in now. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna jump it now, you guys, because it's gonna take a little while to get it back. Let's do the... Let's do this one. So I'm gonna plug in... where the carrier is now. And I'm gonna try and get it into... What's that system? I want to try and get it into... Carrier administration. Let's try for... maybe Asura? I'm trying to think what maybe won't be so busy right now. An engineering system, that's not good. How many of these are... They're all frickin' engineering systems. Retry is not an engineering system. We'll try that. It's supposed to have fleet carrier administration. Colonia Dream. Carrier administration, alright. It looks like there's too many carriers, though. Already. I don't think we can fit in there already. What else? Colonia itself is going to be packed. It's packed every day. It feels like it's been open a lot longer than that, though. Like, holy cow. We might be able to get it into retry. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna retry to get my carrier in there. So that's where we're gonna... Alright. That's where we're gonna put in... determine fuel requirements, sure. Calculate. So 4 jumps, that's what I thought. It's gonna take us... We got plenty of fuel. Alright. Oops. Oh, I skipped one. Wait. Hold up. Hold on. Oh, that's my... This is a bug. When you're doing remote carrier jumping, this is your distance, not the carrier's distance. It's a bug. Cool.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, do you have a link, Henry? You're VIP. You can post links. Post a link, if you've still got it up, to the... There you go. Perfect. Everybody go fill that out, that you experienced this issue. That you've experienced this issue and you can't switch back to the Drake and you're just outraged and rabble, 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 salt, salt, salt. You know the drill, right? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Vote on it. Add a, I can reproduce this, and we'll see if we can get a little traction on it. I will do it too. I will do it too right now. Everybody, let's take just a moment. And see if we can get this. So we're going to vote. And we're going to reproduce and say switched to Nautilus. Can't get my Drake back. I love... What do you mean? Invalid characters. Get my Drake back. Oh. Love the Drake. Reproduction steps. Have Drake carrier switch to Nautilus. Can't switch back. No, I'm not going to post a screenshot. There we go. And thank you so much for the follow, Satan's Maidchen. Welcome into the channel. We voted. We contributed. It's reproducible. Oh, here's somebody concerned about the front landing deck situation. All right, it's done. Done, done, done. No, you don't get anything, except we may get it fixed so that we can change our carrier layouts.
Frameshift drive charging.
I thought it was interesting that they disabled the exclamation marks on the issue reporter. Probably to keep the emotion out of it. The poor people that have to read those probably read a lot of interesting language. Or probably not so much language, but probably interesting sentiment. People hysterical about something or other.
Drive operating beyond safety limits.
I just wanted to type "Love the Drake." An exclamation.
Frameshift drive
It wouldn't let
operating
me.
beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
They do. They do. We're all guilty of it, I think, too. But that's got to make it easier for the people that read these things and the devs that maybe see them too, or whoever sorts through them. Yeah, it probably reads a lot flatter, less emotional. I think we've all worked a job or two where your morale just gets chiseled down little tiny bits at a time, especially from customers. And that's probably, honestly, yeah, that's a genius little way to fix, to just kind of flatten out the tone of the issue report. That's really brilliant, actually. I agree. And thank you so much for the follow, Carnet360. Good to see you in.
Frameshift drive
Ooh,
charging.
did I do my... Here I'm chatting away. I did it, okay. Chatting away. I don't even know if I did my scan. Anyway, folks, welcome in. If you're just joining us, we're on expedition towards the core of the galaxy. It's my first time out this way. Although I'm finding a lot more discovered systems than I sort of had in my mind. But we're still a little bit on the closer side to Colonia. That may be one reason why. And this is probably kind of the beaten path. I've kind of veered off a little bit to kind of get into more uncharted territory. Well, you know what I didn't do? I didn't sell my data when we were on the carrier. Oops. Oh well. We'll be okay. Right? We're gonna be okay. We're not gonna crash or spontaneously combust. Everything will be fine. And we'll have the carrier back ASAP as well. We're gonna get the carrier jumped right back out. Dude. Oh, I didn't think about that. We're gonna have to refuel it. I'm gonna have to adjust my survey route. We're gonna have to loop back to the carrier. I didn't refuel it before we left it. It's got 600 tons. It's gonna take, what does this say? It's gonna take, this says it's gonna take 214 tons to get back. And then to get back out near us, it's gonna take probably another 240. Okay, well, we'll probably be okay, actually. We'll probably just make it. We will probably barely make it. As long as we don't have any shenanigans with getting into a system. Oh yeah, that's something I wanted to Google from a few minutes ago is Elite Dangerous Carrier Administration remotely. I think it's gonna be fine. I don't think it's bugged. I think there was a bug during the beta about that. And that's what I'm remembering, and that's what's making me paranoid about that. Was kind of like that distance measurement. It wasn't validating it from the carrier position, it was validating it from your position.
System scan complete.
And I think we're gonna be fine. You know, I want to get our facilities installed and not cause an interruption to the expedition in any way. So I don't want to find out that I've got to jump back out there all of a sudden. Anyway. I'm gonna bring up Commander Maloka for a few. He's gonna pop in for a visit. I'll be back shortly. I will still chat with you, of course. Commander Maloka is going to run the stream for a few.
Incoming message.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
What do we have here? A water world! More Jeffo World water parks, water slides, log rides, lazy rivers. Opening this summer at a water world near you. behind it. Move a little bit. We can put the music back on after we watch those videos. Those fleet carrier videos. Where is it? There it is. Skip ahead. Go. Oh, this takes me way back. Holy cow, does this take me back?
System scan complete.
Oh, lots of landable spaces.
Incoming message.
Probably bacteria. You know, something I've noticed since I've started using Spotify is it plays a lot of older music. Like throwback music. Like to high school and even before. Looks like the jump is complete. Check in on that. So we're backtracking the carrier to get ourselves positioned. I think we're gonna be fine on fuel. To position ourselves in a fleet carrier administration system for the update. I have a feeling they're going to require us to add these services like any other fleet carrier service.
Drive charging.
We'll still be out the way I'm hoping this goes towards the core. And then we can do 4 or 5 jumps with the carrier to bring it back, and we should have enough fuel for that. We should. There's a possibility I might have to do like a little a U-loop backwards, a U-turn backwards towards the carrier just to refuel it. But we won't. Holy moly. Kitten cannoli. What is happening, folks? This is a fast spinner if I've ever seen one. Good gracious. So there's actually a scientific explanation for this. In a binary system like this, especially, I mean, this is probably even too close, but the high gravity of the neutron star would be siphoning matter off of this secondary star. And as that happens, its mass increases and its rate of rotation increases. So yes, as the neutron feeds, it spins faster and faster, and it's amazing that this is actually happening in the game. This is actually something that they believe they have witnessed or observed. This is just incredible that it actually works this way in the Stellar Forge. Yeah, so this star is eating that star, and you probably actually see the plasma being fed off of it. You can't in the game, but yeah, this is a real thing.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Two black holes colliding, very interesting. So what is going to happen then when those two, when that happens? What happens? Does it just become one massive black hole, or two singularities orbiting in rapid speed, or I mean, what on Earth happens when two black holes become one? Interesting. I suppose that makes sense.
System scan complete.
That makes perfect sense. Look at this name. Like, what's going on here? First discovered by block, 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 block. Interesting. Hotter and more gravity. Makes sense. Makes sense. So the portal to another universe widens. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? I already did that.
Frameshift drive charging.
I can. I can indeed. Let me throttle down. and turn away from the star. There we go. How's that? Is that better? Drop frames that I was having, network frames, are better. That's good. They end up looking like a smaller version of the core, but very much smaller compared to the core. They have an accretion disk and all, but they spin so fast. They glow all around the black hole some. Are even white holes. Oh, Shuggy, I've seen about the white holes. Very interesting stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love the black holes in the game, but I really wish that they had more. There should be more energy output off of it. There should be an accretion disk. There should be more. Totally should be more. Like the lensing effect, mwah, chef's kiss, perfect. But there should be more. I don't know how else to say it. There should be more.
Fuel scooping.
"28 bodies. Holy mackerel. I'm gonna stop here and scoop. We are gonna scoop-de-scoop right here. Yeah, a little bit more juice. There we go. Juicy scoop right there. Yes. It is a classic. And the music video, oh my god, you remember that music video? I remember watching that on MTV. When MTV actually played music. The girl roasting the Barbie on the grill. That was always my favorite part. Like, get it, Barbie on the grill. No, we can't. We cannot follow Black Hole Sun up with Death Cab for Cutie. Next. Ah, there's a good one. The Pit. Excuse me.
Fuel scooping complete.
Alrighty. Oh, that's right, 28 bodies. What do we have here? In the fun zone. Could it be another Jeffo World Water Park? It could. Another. Now shit's kicking off. Another Jeffo World Water Park. Water slide. Lazy river. Log ride. Water park. Coming soon to a water world near you. Opening this summer. Get your season passes today. Ooh, I'd like to see that. I mean, just imagine how much crazy shit is out there that we just haven't even figured out yet. Like, we need, like, frame shift drives tomorrow. I'd be first in line at the little Commander's Academy. You know, I'm curious. Also, let me finish this. I'm curious if there's been any interesting covers of Black Hole Sun over the years. Thank goodness ED Discovery is cataloging my finds, because I would not have kept, I have not kept track of anything by bookmarks at all on this expedition. Normally I bookmark stuff I find, but I just haven't been doing it.
System scan complete.
Oh, I'm back. Hello. I see Commander Maloka took his leave. Alrighty, wanted to look. I haven't. There have been a few. There have been a few, actually. Oh, here. So you guys remember Westworld? I'm sure. Ramin Djawadi. I think he did Game of Thrones soundtracks as well. He did Black Hole Sun for Westworld, and I think I remember that in the show. Alright, I didn't play you. Stop. Oh, on the piano. I remember this from the show. I think that was season 1. The player piano in the saloon.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Alright, we don't need to listen to this whole song. What other covers? This is Prismo, Black Hole Sun. What the heck? Okay. Was from Westworld. They would often have modern songs playing on the piano in the world. Like the theme of Westworld was, you know, simulated world with robots that takes place in like the 1800s, Wild West. Where are we at here? Come on. Where are we at? Oh, here we go. Alright, I'm back. It's me. Thank you, Commander Maloka.
System scan complete.
Excellent. I want to land on a planet. So is there anything interesting to see? I want to go down and bebop around in an SRV and do whatever. This has some geologicals. Why not? Let's mix it up. Let's go down there. Probably pretty flat. Need a delicious canyon world that I can coon around in a fighter. Let's go down here. Maybe find a few geologicals while we're down there. Oh, it might be too hot to get out. Maybe we want to do this one. No geologicals. Shit. Where's the geologicals? Oh. That was abrupt. Shuggy, that sounds amazing. I'm sorry I don't know why I didn't see your message a couple of minutes ago. A white dwarf star can cause a diamond planet if they're close to another white dwarf. One eats the other's fuel until only the carbon core is left. Then the carbon crystallizes and becomes a huge planet-sized diamond. That sounds amazing. I would like to land on a planet-sized diamond. There's a lot of money out there in space. Can you imagine if we had access to all of it? All of the corporate greed. It's kind of a scary thought. It still has the gravity, doesn't it? It's still incredibly dense and gravitational, isn't it? This one's still too... Oh no, this one won't be too hot. We can go down to this one. It's kind of stuck between the two. We're gonna go down here. Only 4,500 light seconds away. I'm gonna go hoon around a little bit in a fighter. go. Reset. The diamond is the hardest thing in creation, so the other star may eat all the food, but it has doomed itself. It will make too many heavy elements and eventually explode. Then the nebula and debris fuel the diamond planet till it becomes a new star, and the whole lot continues endlessly. So it just kind of flip-flops back and forth for all of eternity. More or less. The circle of star life. I've been singing a lot of Elton John today for some reason. I was doing it in Top Light's channel earlier and doing it again tonight. Channeling good old Elton, apparently. So, you may notice something when I'm landing on a planet and then I don't have a particular destination that I need to hit. I never really land, I never land up here. I never land at the high noon position. Because much like in real life, when the sun is directly overhead, everything looks washed out and the shadows are not as defined. So for the best views, try not to land at the 12 o'clock noon position. This has been a public service announcement. So I'm gonna land here. Yeah, so I won't land up here. If I don't need to, I'll land over here. Mid-morning, mid-afternoon.
Orbital flight engaged.
Drop. 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 There we go. Got it on the third one. So this is 1.18 Gs. Shouldn't be too bad. More Earth-like.
You're all set for deployment, Commander.
I'll spare a box. How you doing? Welcome in. How close can I get to the surface in a fighter? I can get right down there, can't I? I just can't land, right? Yes. So one thing I need to know by doing this is my ship... Oh shit. Is literally scooting upon on the surface as well. I need to make him hold position while I do this. Ship. No, no, not dock.
Down for retrieval, Commander.
No, no, hold position.
Copy. Holding position.
Thank you. Do not follow me, please. Now we can only get like 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers from the ship. I need canyons. This is not as exciting with little dunes and hills. Though I am having fun. Do a barrel roll. Boy. Oh, shit. Hope everyone took their motion sickness tablets. Tough little guys, aren't they, these fighters? Let's try the other one.
Initiating fighter recovery. You are go for approach, Commander.
Yeah, these fighters are tough little things, actually. If that was a Sidewinder, you'd be splatted all over the surface of the planet.
Docking sequence initiated.
Alright, now we're gonna try the Taipan. Oops.
Stand by for deployment, Commander.
And please hold position.
Roger. I'll stay put, Commander.
You better. Absolutely stay put, please. Do not move. Alright, good. He's staying put. I think this one's a little bit slower, actually. Let's see how the boost is. Oh, nice. We definitely need some valleys and canyons. So if we come across a planet with valleys and canyons, I'll do this again.
Hull integrity compromised.
Oof.
Shields offline.
I fucked that one up.
Shields online.
Oh, I did it again. I do not. Oof. That's what happens when you
Flight assist off.
pay attention to chat.
Flight assist on.
What a meaty thud that was. Holy cow. Oh, I wish we had landing gear. It would be so cool to land this. It's even got the little landy symbol. Just no landing gear. That would be so cool. Alright, I'm done for now. Oops. Oopsies. Ah!
Damage. Shields offline.
Lose this one?
Integrity critical. Fighter assembly initiated.
Oh boy. I know. I need to start scraping that out. Alrighty. Is there anything to see if we land?
Landing gear deployed.
Alright, just a little bit of harmless fun. Let's see if there's anything on this. That sounded strange. Anything on the scanner? That's what I wanted to know, if there was anything on the scanner down here. It doesn't look like there's much. It looks like those are probably... geological. Yeah. Nah. Nah. Thank you, Henry. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have taken this off. All right, here we go.
Landing gear retracted.
You know, I do love... I didn't at first, but the sounds of the beluga have really grown on me. Just that raw kind of whine. Reminds me of a, you know, a passenger jumbo jet. The power behind it all.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2.
All right, if we see any awesome canyon systems, I'm gonna do that again.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
You're on notice. Happening again.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Well, you know what we gotta do before I do my scan? We gotta do another jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hey, Bulls. You back? You back to sleep on the desk? Why don't you get in your cat bed? Get in your cat bed, baby cat. No, not Death Cab for Cutie again. It's like I go to tell it to play a different song, and it plays the next one in the playlist. No, no, I do not want that. Might check that out. Maybe. Other one.
System scan complete.
We've got 5 biological. Oh, this one looks interesting. Let me check this one out. Got chocolatey swirls. Did they? I don't. Oh, I think they did. Now that you mention it. They should have saved the money till it was finished. Poor Major Tom. This is a pretty planet. Wow, well, well, well. Oh my gosh.
Surface scan
You keep
by
trying to
Surface
creep
scan
up.
complete.
Play something else. Ooh, Frutexa. This is a good one. We're gonna go down here.
Orbital flight engaged.
Surrounded by stars is right. The blanket of them. Canyon cruising with Beluga? Maybe not with Beluga. I may take a fighter down there. Because I'm not sure how canyony. Well, there's some canyons. Let's see what we can pull off. All right, I'm gonna get out. I don't want to go too low and risk the Beluga trying to follow and hurting itself or something.
Fighter is going live, Commander. I'm in control of the mothership. Roger that. I'll wait right here.
I need to confirm that you received the order as instructed.
Flight assist off.
It is flipping around to face me, but it is not following. Roger.
Flight assist on.
Sort of canyons. I don't know if I would really call it a canyon. It's kind of fun though. Misjudged that one. This is a tough little bird, isn't it? Holy moly. Yes, Rommel, I remember that. There was a time when it would follow you even after you told it to hold position. It would just start following you. In this case, that could be disastrous. If all of a sudden it just started trying to follow me. Could be terrible, terrible news. Oh, I did it again. I booped again. I booped again. Boops! I booped. God, these are tough little things. Holy cow.
Shields offline. Taking damage.
Oh.
Shields online. Incoming message.
That's the carrier. Alrighty. That's enough. Back to business. Get back to work.
Commencing retrieval sequence.
Assume position.
Vital docking sequence initiated.
Landing gear deployed.
It's not too bad. It really isn't. It's really takes a hit when you get into the settlements, all of that, especially with combat, with all the AI. So I guess I've only lost one Taipan. Not bad.
Low gravity warning.
We've got some bluish skies. Always nice. Yeah, that was that one I started earlier and I didn't finish. This one looks the most Earth-like. One of the most Earth-like. Alright, where's the next one? It's strange how this device would work without even coming into contact with the subject. Oh, wow. Congratulations. That's really good, Henry. Oh, boy, cat. Why don't you get in your bed? I don't know why on earth you don't want to get in your bed. Do you want to be that close to me? Is that what it is? All right. That's much better. All right, we need one more, whatever that was, bush. We need one more space bush. There's some space, but I don't know if I don't know if that's far enough. It might be. It might be far enough. It is far enough, yes. Yeah, it was. It was a skill game. You had to line it up. You're exactly right. That's how it was. People complained about that. Some people struggled with it. I think they were struggling because of something with their system or their input controls. Something was up, and they changed it. They just made it a plain animation. This song is really loud. There we go. All right. What's next? They, yeah, they changed it. Actually, they changed it fairly quickly. It was like by the second patch, I think, they had changed it. I didn't mind it. It worked for me. But some people were having trouble getting it to work at all. Some people just struggled with the minigame itself. Others, I think, we're having a more technical issue with why the minigame wasn't working for them. Oh, there we go. I kind of wish they'd left or improved upon the minigame. I kind of liked it. But I still don't understand how that device would work without physically contacting the plant. And on top of that, that canister, what on earth is being stored in that canister if it's not contacting the plant? Like, it's just going woo towards the plant. Alright, I'll scan a little bit with my ship. Otherwise, I don't want to spend any more time down here.
Landing gear retracted.
So we will do a little bit of tuning in the Beluga, slow motion style. Just so we can see what's, oops, dragging my belly. What's down here? Another bush, space bush. I think I was dragging the belly the whole time, just scraping the bottom of the ship along the surface. Thank goodness for shields. So I had a friend, he's a private corporate pilot now, for like a CEO. But years ago when we were younger, he, you know, he was trying to, you know, establish himself and whatnot, and he took a job flying Grand Canyon tours out of Las Vegas. So he would fly a King Air, I believe, from Henderson to the Grand Canyon airstrip, and then fly back. But he would often have an empty leg with no passengers on board. And he said when they flew the empty leg, they would basically buzz the desert like that. Like a few meters off the ground. Just buzzing along, picking up dust. Pretty intense. I never got to go. Never had an opportunity to. That would have been so fun, though. Obviously not something he could do with passengers on board as a charter certified airline, basically. But that was a lot. I mean, it was flat. It was flat like this, so obviously not canyon running or anything. But I would have loved to have gone and just flown a few meters off the desert at hundreds of miles an hour. What do we have here? What is this? Is that a bush? The bush. What's this? Bush. I don't see anything but bush. Out here in the bush, In the outback. I can't do accents. I'm terrible at accents. Good day, mate. Out here in the bush. Alright, we gotta stop grinding the ship on the... Alrighty. Here we go.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Some people don't even know about orbital cruise. It's a lot of fun. The blue zone. When you're above drop but below OC. Get into the blue zone and you'll go fast around the planet.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's also good if you know you're being pursued for interdiction. If you can drop into OC and you can zip around the planet, ideally to a starboard. Okay, where did I put my bottle? I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna do these scans first, though. Then I'm gonna take a quick break. If I don't do them now, I'll forget when I come back. Even if I'm only gone 5 minutes, I'll just jump away and forget. Doesn't look like there's anything majorly interesting here, though. Nacho, you're a little chatty. I feel like I'm gonna have to turn you down. You're already on the Discord, aren't you, Henry? I thought you were already subscribed to it. But others are invited naturally? What do you mean?
System scan complete.
Did I do something wrong with it? Oh yeah, you post on here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. You're doing it to expose the link. I see. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. It's getting late for me. Or early, I suppose. Depending on which way we look at it. All right, I'm gonna take a quick moment or two. Look at that paint. My goodness. It's just all coming off. It looks great. It's like a true exploration ship. Get the sun in there. There we go. Cruising along. All right. Actually, you know what? Drop. We'll do just regular thrust. I always like the way it looks with the thrust coming out the back. Zipping along. All right. I think it does, because I was at 50% paint when I was last in maintenance screen, so it's like, or I was at like 48% or something. That's right, Rommel, 1/4 impulse. We are now in impulse. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Won't be long. Yes. Yep. All right, see you in a minute. Okie dokes. I'm back. That took all sorts of much too long. I do apologize. I'm back. Finish up this expedition day. And make sure the carrier gets to where we're going, though. That is my main goal, is to get us a parking spot for the carrier in one of the carrier administration systems. We are in 2371. We're now going to second to last stop. We may have to backtrack a little bit. I'm not sure I'm gonna have enough fuel to get back. Now, we'll be able to get a ways back out. Yep. Brother. These dilemmas that I get myself into in this game, I tell you what. Incredible. Excuse me. It's okay. It's just a sneeze. Just a sneeze, bullet. Kind of thinking I start going back. Maybe dip lower and come back and do some scanning that way. I think that's what I'll do. I don't just want a straight backtracking, I want a dip. Alright, let's go to here. And kind of dip ourselves down a little bit. See if we can calculate that way. 21, that's not bad. I think we can get ourselves back to about there. on the fuel we'll have remaining. And then I can kind of dip down. Yes. Yes, look at that. Look at that dip. Look at that beautiful dip. All right. Beautimus, so beautimus, beautimus star.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Supercharged. Okay, there we go. Well, this has gone off the rails. We're going... Okay. Oh my gosh, 98.57 atmospheres. Carbon dioxide. Quite an atmosphere. Oh, ammonia atmosphere with 5 biologicals. That's worth checking out. The different atmosphere types help determine what kind of biologicals can grow there.
System scan complete.
Worth checking out, it really is. Ammonia atmospheres make things interesting sometimes. I'm hoping we can get into that system. It's only going to be like 26 light years from our next carrier jump point, so it's going to be a very small jump. Small fuel usage as well. But I'm hoping that retry system has space for us. Yeah, that's been a long-standing bug as well, Henry. It's talking about the previous jump. It's like the sequence of audio files is playing out of order. It's supposed to say that after a jump, obviously after a jump. It just never does. And then it kind of like holds it in queue or something until another jump is starting. It's really kind of weird. And they've just never fixed it. It's been reported multiple times on the tracker. That's one of those things that it is. It's one of those things that really bothers me. It's kind of one of those weird kind of pet peeve sort of types of bugs that it's sort of immersion breaking to have it glitch like that. Wouldn't it be pretty much the same? Yeah, get yourself a nice spot. We want those optional modules, those optional services. Ooh, it's gonna cost, isn't it? They're probably gonna cost a pretty penny. This carrier just keeps getting more and more expensive the longer I have it. Oh yeah, you're right. The horn is different. Yeah, you're right. It is different. Curious too now. Yeah. That's one of the things they've always seemed to put a lot of effort and energy into is the sound design in this game. Like they pretty much knock it out of the park consistently on sound design. I think that was their intention, because they were like, well, you know what, for right now, all we see is a carrier wall. We've got to make this immersive for people who want to ride on their carrier. Now that we're getting a cool jump, we're moving on up in the galaxy, aren't we? Moving on up. Moving on up.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete. Incoming message.
There's the carrier.
Orbital flight engaged.
I mean, I understand their argument. I do. I understand what they're saying. They're saying after a time, it's going to become a chore to board your ship, etc., etc. And I think that that argument would hold more sway if, for example, Star Citizen hadn't proved differently. I mean, having access to your entire ship from top to bottom, front to back in Star Citizen is one of the best feelings of the game. It's not monotonous or boring to board your ship where you're supposed to board your ship and traverse the internals and make your way up to the bridge and take your seat at the bridge, power on the ship, and it's one of the most exhilarating things of Star Citizen. And to say that that's going to get boring or monotonous or routine, no. Now, if Star Citizen didn't exist or didn't have that functionality, I think they maybe would have been able to convince more people with that argument. It's, you know, it's just not, you know. I mean, it is so immersive to do that. And when I enter quantum travel, which is like Super Cruise in Star Citizen, to enter quantum travel to cross the star system and be able to get up out of my pilot seat and go back to my captain's quarters and sit at my desk while the ship is traveling. It's freaking awesome. So no. There's nothing boring or repetitive or monotonous about it. Alright. I don't understand what the problem is here. Trying to land.
Landing gear retracting.
I like this terrain though.
Landing gear deployed.
And I understand that there's like 40 ships in this game or something like that. And I understand that that's a hell of a lot of work. And that this engine, this game engine is already taxed pretty heavily. And, you know, serious code situation going on with the game. There we go. I don't know what I was doing wrong there, but I could not get the blue. I understand it's complicated for them, but if that was a goal when this game launched, I mean, surely that had to be in the back of their mind this whole time. Well, I mean, look at the stations. They're almost all identical, you know, per type. But, I mean, they definitely use that. I think it would be kind of weird. Oh, I meant to get the SRV out. It would be kind of weird to have the same interiors. You know. Well, that's cool. Is that the only difference, Henry? Are there any other changes that you noticed? I want to get the SRV. I mean, I'm sure there could be some time-saving measures.
Low gravity warning.
Oh, we've got something here. Ooh. Oh! Space cabbages! Check it out. These are Aloidea laminae. Extremely hardy photosynthetic organisms that thrive in arid environments. Thick, waxy leaf structures protect them from extreme surroundings. When gaseous exchange becomes unfavorable, the leaves can completely shut off the organism from the atmosphere, causing a state of hibernation. The pointed leaves create precipitation slopes, which draw liquids to the heart of the organism. Here they're absorbed through a series of specialized cells and stored in the root structure until needed. These aloida have a circle of upturned leaves marked with patterns, surrounded by a bright, fleshy pod with darker markings which matures in their center. It's like an artichoke. It's a space artichoke. Alright, what's going on with you, Tracker? There we go. Alright, we gotta find some more space artichokes. I understand why you would feel that way. I do. They look delicious. And I love artichokes. I don't know, there's something delicious. Oh my gosh, it's a whole meadow of space artichokes. They look both delicious and menacing at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like a real artichoke. Real artichokes look delicious because you know what's inside. And you know how tasty they are. But then at the same time, they look like they could kill you. I think these have been sent to kill me. The engine signature is amazing on the Victory class. Alright, we gotta do one more jump on the carrier.
Drive assist off.
We got
Drive
284
assist on.
units of fuel. So about a quarter of a tank. And we're gonna try and get into retry. Didn't take very much fuel at all to do that. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think there's a spot. I'm gonna try and orbit retry E3. A3.
Drive assist off.
Yes! And we're only using 13 tons of fuel. So we'll still have 271, about a quarter tank. We'll probably get a few jumps back, actually. We probably won't need to backtrack all that much.
Drive assist off.
If I just, tomorrow, put the pedal to the metal, get back, fuel it up, and then continue the expedition. You get, yes. So the one that you cash in, yeah. You get Codex Discovery money. And I don't think you get it if you don't use the SRV scanner. Which is weird. You think you would get it by scanning it by hand as well, but I don't think it grants it to you by hand. So I always do SRV composition scan, and that also gives you a nifty link, sort of like shortcut hotkey to go into the codex directly to that page and read about it. So I like that about the composition scanner. You know, do a composition, whether even if you've already done one, do a composition scan, hit the button that it tells you, and it'll take you directly to that in the codex. So I'll be like, oh, what is that again? I don't remember seeing those. And then you just, even if you've already done it, give it a composition scan, and it gives you that press O to review, and it takes you right to it. And you don't have to fudge around in the codex trying to find this specific item. Because I like reading about them, what's known about them in the codex. Like, they put a lot of thought into these things, into making up the science and the biological mechanisms and stuff. It's actually pretty cool to study these things. I wish you could go deeper with it, though, than just pointing the magic gene scanner at it. Wish there was something else you could do, like take physical samples. Like, why can't I come clip off a leaf and put it in my frickin' sample container and take it back? Like, that'd be awesome. Or just come take a scraping or something. That'd be really cool. Gives you something extra to sell to the genome people. You know, like for Universal Cartographics, you have multiple points of system data to scan and get money for. Same should be true for the biologicals, I think. Oh, that would be cool. Like a little trophy case. I would like that. Yeah, maybe in the ready room. The commander's ready room. On the carrier. So I'm gonna wait for that that jump, and then I'm gonna start wrapping up the stream for today.
Landing gear retracted.
Supercharged.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oop, I didn't do my scans. I know, isn't that great? How you doing, Styles? Are you getting up for the day? I'm getting ready to end. So we've done a little backtracking today, Styles. Well, I mean, not really backtracking the expedition, but I'm sending the carrier back to Colonia to a carrier administration system to get a spot there for the update. Because I think we're going to have to be in an administration system to add these new carrier services. And if not, well, precautions were taken.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, yeah.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do that, isn't it?
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Let's see what we got here. There it is. You can fight for a faction while in your ship, assisting ground. Yes, you can do that. So we should probably put somebody in a ship or a fighter. Weren't we gonna do that when we were playing? I think we were gonna do that. That was that day that my computer was just not cooperating at all by the end of the stream. Yeah, I was having major issues that day. Where are we on our jump? Oh, we're locking down. Just about to lock down now. Excellent.
Frameshift drive charging.
Excellent. I still haven't been watching out for terraformables like I said I was going to earlier. I really should do that. They pay more to surface scan them. Wow. more. Two
Incoming
more.
message.
Oh, that's the carrier.
System scan complete.
Gigantic cat toilets on fire. Giant flaming litter boxes. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Let's head over here. Argon Rich. I think. Find a camping spot for the evening. But oh, what I wanted to check. So I'm in an administration system. I go to carrier services. Say I wanted to add secure warehouse. Yes. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. We can do it. No issues there. It recognizes it. Yep. All right. Cool. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. Giant cat toilets on fire. You hear that, Bullet Cat? Oh, he's asleep. Oh wow, do we have close orbiters here? What do we got going on here? We got two little guys here. What is up? Oh, look at that. A little baby moon. Check it out. Look at that little moon. Very nice. Is it still happening? I figured it would have auto-completed due to participation by now. Because it was so popular. But it hasn't reached grand total yet. I was gonna participate. Well, no, I didn't really plan on it this time. But I usually intend to participate, and then, you know, I have to go back to work, or something causes me to not make the rank that I wanted to make, or just never seem to be able to finish a CG. 8.4% complete and going up quick. Oh, okay, and it's only got 2 days left? not as complete as I would have thought. Okay. Well, I never seem to be able to make enough progress, you know, so. And that's, I don't know.
Orbital flight engaged.
I mean, if I wasn't on this voyage, you know, if I wasn't on this voyage, I would be probably participating, but probably not on stream. Just running cargo back and forth. I mean, it isn't this particularly exciting stream entertainment. And I know exploration, you know, is not particularly riveting, but at least there's some element of, you know, change and something to find, something to see. You know, so there is a prize with exploration. People, you know, people like weird games. I've got a couple subway simulators where you just drive a subway. It's actually a lot of fun.
Landing gear deployed.
Down. Oh, there's some over there. Here we go. There we go. Excellent. All right, something else I wanted to do also, listen to the news. The past couple days, or the past week of news. All right, so where did I leave off? Oh my gosh. I think Aegis demands reinstatement. There we go. Put the news on.
Aegis demands reinstatement. The leaders of Aegis have formally petitioned the Alliance, Empire and Federation to reform the anti-xeno organization. Although all three superpowers are in the process of building their own task forces to replace Aegis, they have been unable to assist against a recent surge of Thargoid incursions. Chief Administrator Carter Armstrong gave a statement to the press. Surviving members of the Leadership Council have submitted an appeal to reverse the decision to disband Aegis. The essence of our case is that the superpowers are currently distracted by various internal situations, but the Thargoids care nothing for our politics and must be met with a unified show of force. Aegis support ships have recently been repurposed by other crews in several regions, including the Dan, HIP 12314 and Norni systems. But they could have been operated officially by our trained personnel, if only we were allowed to do our job. In addition to the increasing Thargoid threat, the rediscovery of the Alexandria in the Rego TC XB290 system proves that Azimuth still exists. This sinister group slaughtered 4,000 people to obtain Guardian artifacts, and we have logs proving it performed unlicensed xenological research in recent years. Aegis could provide centralized opposition to these criminals as well as defending against alien attack. Final week for Colonia Bridge project. Pilots Federation alert. Delivery campaigns in the Alcor and Colonia systems will complete the 6 starports along the Colonia Bridge. Months of work on developing the transportation infrastructure between the core systems and the Colonia region are now coming to an end. Brewer Corporation's latest press release specified the requirements. For this final week, we are asking pilots to deliver auto-fabricators, microcontrollers and resonating separators to McDonald's settlement in the Alcor system and Jacques station in the Colonia system. These will allow us to install outfitting, shipyard and tech broker services as we bring the starports to full operational status. There is also another opportunity to install Pioneer supplies at Promium Relay, the bridge starport nearest to Colonia. Brewer Corporation is grateful to independent pilots for their dedication to constructing the Colonia Bridge. We are therefore pleased to offer various classes of pre-engineered, overcharged power plants as well as exploration decals to the top 75% of contributors to this concluding stage. Finally, this is the last chance for pilots to obtain a Brewer Corporation decal, which will be awarded to every contributor to any of the Colonia Bridge initiatives as a token of gratitude. The top 10 contributors for each of the Colonia Bridge initiatives will have the opportunity to be named in tourist beacons that will commemorate the project's conclusion.
Wow.
Hudson refutes dictatorship concerns. President Zachary Hudson has made a public broadcast regarding his proposal to remove the single-term limit of the federal presidency.
Terrible idea.
Speaking from the White House on Mars, he directly addressed the anxiety that
Thank you,
citizens
Henry.
have expressed about the Hudson contravention.
130K to be in the top 10.
To temporarily suspend the 77th Amendment of the Federal Accord, it will mean that I become eligible to stand for election again in 3309. It does not guarantee that I, or any future president, can remain in office indefinitely. Furthermore, the Republican Party will be able to field other electoral nominees, as will the Liberal Party and any independent candidates. As always, the votes of the people will determine who forms our government. I strongly believe that our Constitution is robust enough to accommodate changes such as this, especially during these trying times. The Federation remains a place of democracy and freedom, not dictatorship. President Hudson also called for an end to the recent violence seen at public demonstrations on many federal worlds. Several cities have witnessed aggressive clashes between Hudson's supporters and those of Shadow President Felicia Winters. ACT disbanded following defeat of NMLA. The Alliance, Empire and Federation have agreed to close down the affiliated counterterrorism unit.
I have a feeling
A joint
that's where this is
statement from
heading.
all three superpowers stated,
Frustrating.
ACT's primary mission to locate and destroy the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army has been successfully accomplished. ACT was formed in March 3307 following the 9 Martyrs attacks, when the NMLA simultaneously bombed multiple starports. The independent task force rapidly took the lead in investigating the terrorists, calling upon the resources of many agencies, specialists and freelance pilots. The co-leaders of ACT have now returned to their respective security services. Captain Saskia Landau was personally awarded the Akanar Service Cross by Emperor Arisa Lavany Duval in recognition of her key role in identifying the Lords of Restoration. Landau has now accepted overall command of Imperial Intelligence, reporting directly to the Emperor. Captain Milo Castile, Inspector Mara Klatt, Praetor Leo Magnus and Senior Agent Tanya Ramirez have all been similarly commended for their successes. The joint statement also paid tribute to those members who lost their lives in the fight against terrorism. ACT was formed under the Cornelius-Lasky Convention, which was ratified at the Galactic Summit. The treaty requires governments to cooperate against large-scale threats to civilian populations, and is now commonly viewed as a historic achievement. Since it remains in force,
It's like NATO.
ACT could be reformed in future if a similar threat to the NMLA arises.
And Nemo VPK, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Getting ready to head out for the day, but I wanted to go over the Galnet news. Interesting. Yeah, I have a feeling, Rommel, that that's kind of where it's headed, that they want to keep Hudson in there. It would be really cool to, you know, have an election and a new president and all that. Like, they should change the power play tab. Don't know why they wouldn't want to. It just bugs me a little bit. But I hope it doesn't go through. I hope they get him out of there and we get a new federal president. So, alrighty. I'm going to get things wrapping up. We need to figure out a raid for the day. Let's see who we got. Who do we have online currently? Oh, your Empire? Well, if it goes through that Hudson gets to stay in power, I may defect from the Federation. Although I don't participate in power play currently. Let's see. Yes, I think we're gonna go with Will. Let me just poke my head in. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna drop everybody off with, wow, another ad. I'll make sure he's active, though, real quick, and then I'll hit the button. Let's do... roll the credits. He is active. Excellent, you guys. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get him queued up. Charging transporters. Alrighty, guys, let's do the thank yous as well. Alright, let's start at the top. Thank you so much to RGB Resist, RGB Resist, Merciless Yidra for the follow today. Thank you, Mad King Haster, for the raid. Thanks to Top Flight for remaining subscribed and raiding in with 17 of his wonderful commanders. Thank you so much, Jasper Achas, SM Barber, Tiny Blushies, Satan's Maidchen, Carnet360, and Nemo VPK for the follow today. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in to my tiny community. You are so welcome here. And it's been a real honor to be streaming and on expedition with you guys. I look forward to the update coming up. Well, that's why I like to read them through. But you guys, thank you so much for being here. I am Orbital Jeffo. I will be back later on. I am going to push the schedule back a few hours. Currently, I think I have it at 1:30 or something, and I'm going to push it back a few hours. So, see you guys soon. 07, be kind to one another out there, and fly dangerously. Here comes Will. A 104. Bye, guys. Bullet says bye, too. And thank you so much for being here. If you're still on the feed, I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much.